Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love. Greetings and welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. I'm going to be joining you guys for a minute before I start my reading, but I want to share some things with you all. I want to say greetings to Maria, chosen to be blessed, Phyllis, and the one and only Regina M. Thank you guys for being here. And anyone that's in the bushes, in the clouds, in the trees, on the beach, in Aruba, on a cruise, in the Hyatt, in Belize, wherever you may be, welcome. You know, we've been talking about this story, and I know I've been talking about it for the last 3 videos, and we've been talking about the behavior of the district attorney of Fulton County and her special prosecutor. We've been talking about the attorneys for President Trump and all of the other defendants in the case that's been brought against them. A lot of people are saying a lot of things, and a lot of people are talking about had it not been for Wade's ex-wife, then of course this debacle wouldn't be. I said if it's not for the behavior of Wade and the DA, then this debacle wouldn't be. But who am I and what do I know? But I thought I wanted to kind of tell about her story, because I believe no matter what their marriage situation is, she's definitely a victim in what's going on publicly in her life. And I'm sure that it has upended she and her children. I also want to correct a blooper that I made the other day in the video. I made a video showing the young man, Terrence Bradley. And I was talking about a clandestine situation, and I think I said in clandestine, and it tickled me because I'm such a stickler for words, and I'm always correcting people. I said I was going to go and edit it out, but no, I'm not. Because one thing I've learned about the women in Atlanta, they love to use this phrase, I'm just an imperfect being. So, since we're all imperfect, I may as well keep it in there. And for those who didn't know, that was incorrect. The word is clandestine, not in clandestine. But I wanted to talk about Mrs. Wade, and I don't know anything about her other than the paperwork that she filed. She learned that her husband was a special prosecutor, which she had no knowledge of. It wasn't until she was dealing with her divorce that she learned a lot of information from District Attorney Willis, because they sent her a motion, well, they filed a motion and sent it to her, subpoenaing her for a deposition. Now, I know I just said subpoena wrong, so don't even go there with me. Me and words have really been messing up lately, and maybe that's going to be my issue, because I've always corrected individuals on their language, so I can live with mine. And I hear it when it happens, but I can stand to be corrected, so I have no problem with that. If you want to voice an opinion, please do, because I think that we as a community, and this DA running to the church and all these good places that we call them, are missing a point here. There is some real infidelity and adultery going on publicly, and everybody seems to overlook that fact, that there is someone else who's involved in this public debacle through no fault of her own. Like I said, I don't understand their marriage, don't need to. They're at the end of the marriage, actually, since November 2nd, 2021. Now, the question would be, why is it taking him so long since he filed for divorce to end it all? There has to be a reason. Well, I was just looking, as I do, and I found a document. And I'm going to share that document with you guys. But I'm also going to share, I just wanted us to take, we've all seen it probably about, if you're like me, 50 or 60 times, this lady testifying, the young man, Terrence Bradley, that the judge said that all of the information he knew was not considered privileged, so he had to come back and talk about it. And then I wanted to show just a little bit of how Mr. Trump's attorney, who is, he's a Esquire, and he goes by the name of Steve Sadow, how he gets to the point. Miss Merchant is the attorney for the guy who brought the suit against them for the impropriety, asking that they be disqualified. How can they oversee his case when they're doing some things that are not legal or lawful or moral? So we could throw all of it in the same pot today. His name is Mr. Roman. But the funny thing about this entire deal is Mr. Roman, when they put all of President Trump and all of his individuals before the grand jury, Mr. Roman was the one that the grand jury decided not to indict. But our great DA, who before we knew of all of this, we all were proud of her, being an Asiatic woman, being divorced, rearing her children alone. We could go on with her accolades. But as we look at this story unfold, now we have to flip to her imperfection, which she now claims. And we have to look at, she decided to override the grand jury and indict this man. And so he's fighting back. And people seem to have a problem with people that fight back. And especially if you fight different than what people are normally known to fight. I'm a fight backer, but I fight in writing. I don't fight physically. So we're going to kind of listen, and I'm just going to read her paperwork, and then we're going to listen to a little bit to Miss Yurdy, the friend that she threw all the way up under the bus, that she's known for 30 years, but all of a sudden they were not friends, yet she was living in her condo. We're going to hear her little testimony, and then I want to hear a little of how Mr. Sadal handled Terrence Bradley on yesterday, and then how he handled questioning Fani Willis. And so I'm going to get started, but let me see what the people are saying here. Sid is always hitting something too soon. She say she gonna stay off the text board. She be trying. I love her for that. She be trying to participate for real. Virginia say, let's not forget what Mr. Wade said about his extramarital affair to Willis. I never told anyone about our relationship because it was personal, not a secret. Yeah, private, if you will. They're not a secret, they're private. I really had found, and I don't know where it is, so I can't find it right now. It might be here. But I really had found where he was asked about going to the cabin. And I counted 36 seconds before he could answer that question. And I thought that was just disgusting. And she's on there bragging and smiling and talking about the trips they took. And he's a world traveler. He's been to 6 of the 7 continents and all of that. And he can't even remember taking her to a cabin. It's really sad how we applaud that type of behavior. And when I say we, it's the majority of the Asiatic women. And also, let me remind you, we all know anytime there is an Asiatic and anybody involved that is not Asiatic, you know that color is a factor. That's something you don't even have to say. They're going to put race in it. But she pulled the race card. And I made a t-shirt for people that say we pull the race card, because it's called the stacked deck collection. If I'm playing one card and you playing 53, then you're playing a stacked deck against me. But no, she introduced the race card, the gender card. She wanted everybody to know she's a woman, a female. And, she's doing the best she can for the children. I don't know what children, but I really do believe that the children are our future. And I do believe we need to teach them well. And we must teach them. Teach them erudition for human development. We don't need to teach them animal husbandry. We know that oh too well. The herd mentality, follow the leader. Well, the leader could be leading you off the cliff, so you might not want to follow that leader. But I want to say that I'm going to be playing a few videos, so I will be doing what I'm doing under fair use. But right now I'm going to be reading the document and I'm going to share it with everybody. So I'm going to get ready to leave camera, but I just wanted to come and say hello because y'all haven't seen me in a while. I've been doing a lot of reading and I decided to read off camera. So I wanted you guys to just see me, and I'm all right. Peace in Oak Cliff, Texas. And I want to get started now with the lesson. I will not keep y'all like I did on Sunday, but I greatly appreciate everybody that stayed with me. We were almost there 5 hours. I also want to acknowledge I received a very generous and beautiful Cash App today, and I want to just acknowledge that here on YouTube just by saying thank you, because you know who you are, and I greatly appreciate you. So here we go. Okay. I got to make sure all of these windows are closed because I can hear the echo, or I can hear the music playing twice. Give me a minute, y'all, because I'm hearing the music somewhere else. I don't know where I'm hearing it from. But I think I might know. There it is. Okay. Hi, Tasha. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you. Okay, here we go, y'all. I found it. And Regina, be sure to let me know now if you hear echo or whatever. Everything should be okay. Here we go. In the Superior Court of Cobb County, State of Georgia, Nathan J. Wade, plaintiff versus Joycelyn Wade, defendant. And there's the civil action lawsuit number 21-1-08166. Defendant's response to emergency motion by non-party deponent for protective order. So now this is basically how Joycelyn found out that her husband had another woman, because this woman wanted to stop her from deposing her. And this is how it reads. Comes now the defendant, Joycelyn Wade, by and through her counsel of record, and hereby files her response to non-party Fani T. Willis's emergency motion by non-party deponent for protective order, and would demonstrate to this honorable court as follows. Give me 1 minute. Let me get this on here so that I can see, in case somebody tell me they can't hear or something. Y'all let me know if the music is too loud. Introduction. Non-party Fani T. Willis seeks this court's intervention via a protective order to avoid sitting for a court-ordered deposition. The arguments asserted by Ms. Willis are disingenuous, specious, and her claim basis for saying fails as a matter of law. Upon information and belief, Ms. Willis has information and knowledge directly relevant to alleged conduct of the plaintiff that would be considered by the court as to equitable division of the marital estate, dissipation of marital assets, and spousal support. Furthermore, Ms. Willis' implied threat to pursue charges against defendant and her counsel based on inconvenient facts from her personal life that are directly relevant to the ongoing divorce proceedings in the above styled action is an affront to the integrity of her office. Contrary to the assertions in her motion, Ms. Willis' prevarications regarding defendant's conduct in her marriage seem to demonstrate that Ms. Willis does, in fact, possess intimate information about the Wade's marriage, albeit false and libelous information. Background. Plaintiff was appointed as a special prosecutor by Ms. Willis on November 1st, 2021. Plaintiff filed for divorce on November 2nd, 2021. Defendant was served by process server on November 3rd, 2021. Before defendant even filed her answer and counterclaim, plaintiff filed a motion asking the court to seal the record in this divorce action. So the record was sealed before she even had an opportunity to look at it, other than what he had served her. Plaintiff did not reveal to defendant his appointment by Ms. Willis or the substantial income he has been receiving throughout this divorce case as a result of that appointment, and defendant did not discover the same until much later in the proceedings. Plaintiff also left defendant with little means of financial support while simultaneously spending tens of thousands of dollars per month on a very lavish lifestyle. Plaintiff willfully failed to comply with his discovery obligations in the very divorce case that he initiated. Remember, he initiated this. Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you, So Alicia. Hey, So Alicia. Thank you. When I finish reading, I'll acknowledge you. Thank you so very much. Which led to the court holding him contempt of this court's order on defendant's motion to compel discovery. So not only did he file for the divorce, he's not even participating in the divorce in which he filed. But he's the special prosecutor to prosecute President Donald J. Trump. Now, I don't care what people think of President Trump. This is downright wrong. And it's amazing how we choose party lines when we don't have a true concept of either party. But it should not have anything to do with our party affiliations. It should have to do with our Constitution and our unalienable rights to self-govern. We choose people to be in charge because no matter what it is, there must be laws and rules and regulations that we all must follow. If not, we would just have a world of lawlessness because we're human and we tend to fly off the handle. Remember, especially in Atlanta, we're imperfect beings. Let me continue. On December 22nd, 2023, plaintiff only produced a portion of his outstanding required discovery responses. In these responses were credit card statements which demonstrated that plaintiff had paid for and taken trips unrelated to his work with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Since plaintiff filed for divorce, he has taken trips to San Francisco and Napa Valley, to Florida, and even gone on Caribbean cruises, enjoyed a trip to Belize, another to the country of Panama, and even just last month took a trip to Australia. The evidence is clear that Miss Willis was an attendant travel partner for at least some of these trips, as indicated by flights he purchased for her to accompany him. True and accurate copies of credit card statements showing purchase of plane tickets for plaintiff and Miss Willis are attached here too as composite Exhibit A. Argument. Defendant seeks to depose Miss Willis in order to determine details surrounding her romantic affair with plaintiff, as there appears to be no reasonable explanation for their travels apart from a romantic relationship. Miss Willis contends in error that given the parties both citing in their divorce pleadings the no-fault provision of irretrievably broken with no reasonable hope of reconciliation, that defendant inquiry into plaintiff's infidelity is impermissible. However, Miss Willis is mistaken. In Georgia divorce proceedings, a party can amend a pleading up to the entry of the pretrial order, and as no pretrial order has been entered in this case, such amendments are permissible. And they cite the case law as Price v. Price. And there are the numbers. Matter of fact, they cite several cases. Nelson v. Zett, Jackson v. Paces Ferry Dodge. So they give you the case law in which they're basing their facts on. Furthermore, a party to a divorce action is not required to allege adultery in the complaint or counterclaim in order to discover and present evidence of same. Although the defendant was unaware of a romantic relationship between Miss Willis and her husband while filing her counterclaim, the Court of Appeals of Georgia in Ewing v. Ewing stated, in divorce cases, such as this case, in which the equitable division of property is at issue, the conduct of the parties, including evidence of a spouse's alleged adultery, is relevant and admissible. See Wood v. Wood, and they give the number that you would look it up. Accordingly, the wife is entitled to engage in discovery which might lead to admissible evidence of the husband's alleged adultery. And then they go on to give you the statute, and they give you Ewing v. Ewing and the case law that goes with that. Parties may obtain discovery regarding any matter not privileged, which is relevant to the subject matter involved in the pending action, and they give you the statute. B. 1. In the discovery context, courts should and ordinarily do interpret relevant very broadly to mean matter that is relevant to anything that is or may become an issue in the litigation. Emphasis applied, and then they gave a case, Bowden v. the Medical Center, and they give you the number. Contrary to Miss Willis's belief, the defendant is not utilizing the deposition to harass her, but rather to seek pertinent information from her husband's paramour regarding her relationship with plaintiff and the extent of the plaintiff's financial involvement in the same. These answers are relevant to the equitable division of the marital estate, dissipation of marital assets, and the plaintiff's capacity to provide spousal support. Miss Willis is also mistakenly realizes on section 26.1 of chapter 11 of the Georgia Civil Practice Act to shield herself from deposition, and they give the statute stating that protective orders for certain high-ranking members of a governmental body or public or private entity can be issued for good cause to prohibit the deposition of an officer who lacks unique personal knowledge of any matter that is relevant to the subject matter involved in the pending action. Upon information and belief, Miss Willis certainly would have unique personal knowledge of a romantic relationship she was having with plaintiff and trips she took with him, either before or after the divorce was filed. Therefore, her argument lacks merit. And then they gave a footnote to a case, and it's there, and you guys can see it, take screenshots, read it. As for Miss Willis's argument that the subpoena service was defective, the subpoena, which came from and was sealed by the clerk of court of Cobb County, was properly served in accordance with Georgia law, and a notice of deposition was contemporaneously filed into the court's record and served upon plaintiff's counsel, which denoted the method by which the subpoena would be recorded. It would be impossible to obtain Miss Willis's home address due to her position, which allows for her address to be shielded from the public view. So, normal investigative techniques for locating home addresses would be fruitless, such as a skip trace. The process server effectuated notorious service with Tia Green, Executive Assistant to District Attorney Fani T. Willis, at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office on January 8, 2024. It should be noted that after a previous attempt to serve Miss Willis at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office the week prior, notorious service was accomplished with Miss Willis, Executive Assistant, upon Miss Green's representation that she was authorized to accept service on Miss Willis's behalf. A true and accurate copy of the affidavit of process server is attached hereto as Defendant's Exhibit B. However, in an abundance of caution, defendant has served a new subpoena for deposition upon Miss Willis by statutory overnight service congruent with the Georgia Code 241324, the same to be delivered to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office on January 19, 2024. 4 days before her deposition, a true and accurate copy of the second subpoena to Fani Willis dated January 18, 2024 attached hereto as Exhibit C. In her motion, now this is what this lady filed to keep herself from having to be deposed, and how all of this got to be public knowledge. In her motion, Ms. Willis has presented extensive personal information regarding the Wade's marriage, including false allegations of the defendant engaging in an affair in 2017. However, the evidence will demonstrate that Ms. Wade did not have an affair. Defendant was experiencing a profound sense of disconnection in her marriage to the plaintiff, who had essentially ceased investing in their relationship following plaintiff's own, actually infidelity. Feeling lonely and isolated following plaintiff's prior infidelity, plaintiff is Wade, so he's the one who had been cheating. Defendant regrettably reconnected with an old friend through social media, and text messages were the sole extent of their contact. Plaintiff and defendant successfully worked through the issue, as evidenced by the fact that it was not until 4 years later that plaintiff filed for divorce. So I guess he was holding all of this anger and stuff inside, pretending he was working on his marriage, all the while he was living a different life and filed for divorce. He's a cruel man. It is crucial to emphasize that the defendant never met in person with the individual she texted with during that period, had no physical contact with him, and certainly did not engage in any travel with him. Defendant's counsel intends to, among other things, examine Ms. Willis regarding these allegations she has made against defendant, the facts and circumstances surrounding her obtaining this information, as well as regarding her own personal relationship with defendant. So while they're lying and she's sister girding and stacking up G's in the house and working her neck, she should really be worried about this. And we have no business inside of their business. But when she filed her motion to try to put this woman under a protective order, using her power, she thought, of her office, this is where we end up. And, I really get tired of hearing people say, well, white people do it, all people do it. But we're not talking about nobody else right now. Let's just keep it on the subject at hand. I think that's one of the biggest problems of adults. As instead of taking responsibility for their actions, they always want to deflect or look at someone else. And we're going to always find fault in other people. We're going to do that. But these are people who are in courtrooms sending people's babies to prison for life. Some of those people may be innocent, and some are very guilty. So we're not talking about the lawless ones that are guilty. But even that, we don't want them mistreated. It's a right and a wrong way to do everything. And you want to just err on the side of caution and try to be found doing right, if at all possible. It's written, for as much that lie within you, you do what you can to keep the peace. Allegations regarding the parties' marriage contained in Miss Willis' motion essentially raises the question of whether Miss Willis possesses equal intimate knowledge of any material discord involving any other of her special prosecutors. I thought that was a neat line. So they want to know if she's been sleeping with any of the other prosecutors, since she knows so much about this one. Her public inquiry of why the one seems to be met with a response that suggests because you, Miss Willis, are having an affair with him and not them. So, let me read that over, because I think I took my time a little too much on that. So they wanted to know if she had knowledge of any marital discord involving any other of her special prosecutors. Her public inquiry of why the one seems to be met with a response that suggests because you, Miss Willis, are having an affair with him and not them. It is regrettable that Miss Willis has filed such an inflammatory motion, which has left the defendant with no other choice than to respond forcefully and with supporting evidence in a case that is very personal in nature. The defendant's sole objective is to lead a peaceful life, and her counsel is committed to ensuring she has adequate means to support herself and defend herself in this litigation. If non-party Miss Willis seeks protection, it appears that the one she needs protection from is herself. And I don't know if she can file a document against herself. Wherefore, defendant prays this honorable court deny the emergency motion by non-party deponent for protective order and all other relief the court deems fair and proper. Respectfully submitted, this 19th day of January, Andrea Dyer Hastings. And there is her information. And so they went on and gave the certificate of service, and then they went on to show records. And these are records of his business account that, he loved to talk about, that he put everything on his business account. And he wants us to believe that he gives this to an accountant, and the accountant is going to go through each one of these purchases and say, oh, this is business. Oh, this is personal. That's not how that works. But he wants us to believe that. But here are the tickets, April 25th through April 27th, $817.80. And that's his ticket. And that's her ticket. I also noticed as I was looking on May 4th, he sent 2 women flowers. So now I don't know if she was one of the ones that got the flowers, or if it was his mother and his sister, or his ex-wife. I don't have a clue. But we saw on May 4th, he sent flowers. A lot of Ubers going on. A lot of Ubers. Doubletree Inn in Napa Valley. They stayed at the Doubletree. And remember, she said that she reimbursed him cash for everything that pertained to her. No record of it. We just supposed to take her word. I'm on the wrong page. We just supposed to take her word. You find your Ubers. And I don't know what that Norwegian deal is, but it's something with Norwegian Cruise. Maybe that was a down payment or something. This is Freedom of the Sea when they went on a cruise. This is the Norwegian Cruise Line. And this is the other cruise that she said that she went with the mama. This is the Royal Caribbean. And the airlines tickets that he purchased for his mother, himself, and his lover. $3,800. And they even came through Fort Worth, Texas. So they came through DFW, our airport, on that trip. So those are the things that they submitted to the court and about the deposition. That's the information. So what do you guys think about that? Tell me if you have any thoughts about it. Anybody have any thoughts about it? I don't know if anybody's typing or not. No, it all seems to be the same. I thought that was very interesting because I think while they're vilifying this young lady, that we should know that she's not the villain. She is certainly a victim of her husband's infidelity, and it just happens to be with the woman that has power. And, you know, my favorite saying is, power corrupts. Absolutely. And absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. And we can see the power being played in these actions. And so I thought, since everybody is talking about what's going on with him, and we should really look at what's really going on with him and them. Now I want to go and shift back to them and to just show you this is the type of people that we're dealing with, in all honesty. These people seem to be no honor, no integrity, actually no compassion. I don't know. And I just don't believe it takes all of that to have the positions in which they hold. It does take a degree of arrogance and tenacity. It does, to live and work in a public position. But you got to have compassion, commitment, and consistency. You got to have those qualities as well. And you definitely got to have the ability to be honest. It's a must. So I want to share Miss Yurty, who the DA says that she's known for all these years, but she's not her friend. She just knew her from the college days and they partied together. I don't know if you all have ever seen this. Like I said, I'm not going to play a lot. I'm just going to play her testimony. And then I'm going to play two little snippets of Mr. Sadow doing business like you would want your attorney to do. If you were paying money and someone was fighting for you, you want them to fight like they were fighting for your life. At least I would. And so I was very impressed with his work. So let's look at Miss Robin here. A lot of people said they didn't believe her. I tend to believe her. You guys can tell me what y'all think if you care to.
Right hand, ma'am. You swear affirm to the testimony you get a court will be the truth. Whether the truth will help you.
Yes.
Would you please state and spell your full name for the court?
Robin Latrice Yurty.
Thank you, Ms. Yurty. Thank you for being here. Can you tell the judge when you first met Miss Willis?
In college.
Okay.
So probably 90 or 91.
Okay. And have you been friends since 1990 or 91?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you spoke with Miss Willis?
March of 2022.
Okay. From 1991-ish till 2022, were you what you would consider good friends with Miss Willis?
Yes.
Okay. And did you all share personal information regularly?
Yes.
And did you even come and work with her at the DA's office?
Yes.
And when she needed a place to stay, did you let her stay at your apartment?
Yes.
It was a condo, right?
Condo, yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately when she moved into your condo?
It was April of 2021.
Okay, great. And you know that Ms. Willis and Ms. Wade met at a conference in October of 2019?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, without a foundation for how this witness would know that. If Ms. Merchant can establish she has personal information of that, then certainly that's something the witness can testify to. But if it's she heard
Understood,
it
Ms. Cross. All right, Ms. Merchant, if you could lay the foundation.
Do you have information that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade met in October of 2019?
I'm going to renew my objection, Your Honor. Information is not sourced to personal information. If the question can be rephrased, then that may address my concern.
So Judge, I just want to make sure that I understand. So they've objected to me calling Willis and Wade.
It's just a matter of foundation. If you can just rephrase.
Do you have knowledge of when Willis and Wade met?
I'm going to object again. Personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Thank you. Do you have personal knowledge of when Willis and Wade met?
Yes. She told me that they met at a conference. I don't know what.
Okay.
I'm going to renew my objection, Your Honor. Clearly, this is not firsthand information from this witness. It's hearsay that was...
But you said she told me.
Yes, it's statement against interest, Judge. If Ms. Willis...
Just pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms.
Yes.
Cross.
The representation of the witness, the testimony of the witness was that Ms. Willis, District Attorney Willis, had a conversation with her. There is no statement against interest. District Attorney Willis is not a party opponent in this case. The information that the witnesses testified to came from Ms. Willis, and we have a hearsay objection to that.
Why wouldn't she be considered a party opponent in this context?
She is a representative of the state, Your Honor. This isn't private litigation or civil litigation. Obviously, the court's aware this is, Ms. Willis is not on trial. Ms. Willis is not a party to the litigation outside her obligation to pursue criminal charges for the state.
Ms. Merchant, I guess it's evolved into a hearsay objection.
Yes, Judge, and we plan on calling Ms. Willis to the stand. She's under subpoena, so hearsay will be cured. If there is a hearsay objection as far as that issue. But we do still think that it's a statement against interest. Ms. Willis has filed a document that states that they met at this municipal court conference. So,
Your Honor, I think maybe I can streamline a little bit. State will stipulate that District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at the judicial conference that we've been talking about. There's no reason to get it secondhand from this witness. Well, that's true.
All right, you accept the stipulation, Ms. Merchant?
yes.
All right.
Am I permitted then to ask questions about that since it's now not hearsay?
If it's just to a stipulation, if it's just to that basic fact, I don't think we need a question, but if there's a follow-up that you think is admissible, go for it.
Ms. Yurdi, you have personal knowledge that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade began their romantic relationship soon after this time that they met at the municipal court.
I'm going to object to that question. That certainly is a leading question. No foundation has been laid for how this witness would have personal knowledge of that. And until that's happened, the state objects.
Judge,
I think you can do a yes or no and then follow up with how she knows it.
thank you. Do you know if Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade started dating in October of 2019?
I don't know if it was October of 2019.
Could it possibly be November of 2019?
Could possibly.
Okay. And when we spoke, you said it was shortly after the municipal court conference, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that their relationship, their personal relationship, began shortly after this municipal court conference.
Yes.
And when I say personal, romantic. I just want to make sure we don't get in an argument over what personal and romantic is later. When I ask you personal, do you take that to mean romantic?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand it that their relationship began in 2019 and continued until the last time you spoke with her?
Yes.
And you were essentially her best friend during this time, right?
Not best friend. Good friend.
Good friend. Okay, close friend. And so would you frequently socialize with her?
Yes.
And you saw her at work every day?
Yes.
So you had a chance to see them interact together on a personal level?
Yes.
And so from everything that you saw, heard, witnessed, it's your understanding that they were in a romantic relationship beginning in 2019?
Yes.
And when you left the DA, I'm sorry, let me ask you, you said that Ms. Willis came to live with you in April of 2021. I'm sorry, April 1st, 2020 or 2021?
She didn't live with me. I never lived with her.
Okay, I'm sorry. She took over your lease in April 1st, 2020, correct?
No, 2021.
Okay, I had it both ways, so I'm glad you clarified. So when she took over your lease in April 1st, 2021, it's your understanding she moved out of the house that she was sharing with her father and started staying at the condo?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that that's because she needed to have her own space?
Yes.
Away from her father?
Yes.
Okay. When you left the DA's office, was it, were you fired?
No, I resigned.
You resigned, okay. Just one moment, Judge. Can you tell us why you resigned the DA's office?
The number of things that was happening.
A number of things that were happening. Is that what you said, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. What was happening that caused you to resign?
It was a spiral of things. So, I guess the last straw is I was put in a department that I knew had no knowledge about. Something happened, and I didn't like it. They didn't like it, and that was it.
Okay. Did you have any falling outs with Miss Willis?
Well, we never spoke after that.
You never spoke after that. Okay. And so without going into all the painstaking details, there is no doubt in your mind that from 2019 until 2022, Miss Willis and Mr. Wade were in a romantic relationship.
What's the question?
You have no doubt that their romantic relationship was in effect from 2019 until the last time you spoke with her.
No doubt.
And that's based on your personal observations and speaking with them and seeing them together and things like that.
Yes.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you. The other folks may have some questions for you, Ms. Yurdi.
Stay down.
You want me to go to the
If it's more than a couple questions, then sure, but if not.
It's only a couple questions.
Okay.
I think, can the court reporter hear me okay? Ma'am, let me be very specific. Did you talk with Miss Willis about her romantic relationship with Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Did Miss Willis tell you on more than one occasion that she was engaged in a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to you leaving the district attorney's office?
Did she tell me or did I observe?
I'm saying right now what to tell me.
Yes.
Did she tell you that in the year of 2020?
Yes.
In the year of 2021?
Yes.
Are you certain that Miss Willis told you about the romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Now, did you also have observations of Mr. Wade and Miss Willis together prior to November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
And are those observations, were those in a social setting?
Yes.
And did you observe them do things that are common among people having a romantic relationship?
Yes.
Such as, can you give us an example?
Hugging, kissing, just affection.
All before November 1st of 2021, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Mr. Stocks.
Ma'am, did I understand you to say that there was a period of time when you and Miss Willis lived together?
No.
Mr. Durham.
No, nothing for me, Your Honor.
Mr. McDougall.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Rice.
Good morning, Ms. Yurdi. Were you aware in 2021 of any trips, social trips that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade took together?
No.
Are you aware of any social trips that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade took together in 2022?
No.
And are you aware of them in 2020 or 2021 spending the evening together overnight?
No.
Mr. Gillen.
No question.
Mr. McCullough. And Mr. Cromwell.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Cross.
I do have some questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Yurdi, we haven't met before, is that correct?
Correct.
You're able to see and hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. I want to start with a couple things. Now, I think you've made it clear that you never lived, and we'll call it the South Fulton address, the South Fulton condo that you were leasing. You never lived at that address with the District Attorney Willis, correct?
Correct.
And never at any time?
Never.
All right. You never observed or have any information about District Attorney Wade and District Attorney Willis and Nathan Wade living together, correct?
Correct.
You don't have any information about that?
No, I don't.
Anybody said that that information was sourced to you, then that's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
Did District Attorney Willis pay rent at that establishment, at that condo while she lived there and you were living elsewhere?
Yes,
Who paid the rent?
she didn't.
Nathan Wade ever pay the rent?
No,
And you never told anyone otherwise? I didn't hear your answer there, Ms. Yurdi. Did you ever tell anyone otherwise?
no.
All right. So let's talk for a second about your time at the district attorney's office. You were disciplined several times in the district attorney's office during your employment there, correct?
No,
You weren't written up ever for poor performance, Ms. Yurdi.
once, not several.
One time you were written up for poor performance. Were you counseled several times about your performance in the district attorney's office that was subpar?
No,
Did the district attorney tell you that your performance was insufficient and that you were going to be fired?
no,
That never happened.
no. Maybe when we went at the end. What's the question?
The question, Ms. Yurdi, was did the district attorney ever counsel you on your poor performance in the district attorney's office prior and inform you that you were going to be fired?
I don't really know how to answer that.
I'm looking for the truth.
I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, a situation happened that wasn't my fault, and I either was going to resign or be let go. So,
You understood that that was the situation. You could resign or you could be let go.
correct. Yes.
You were not welcome to stay.
No.
And the conversation where you were informed that you could resign or you could be fired, that conversation was not the first conversation you had with the district attorney about your poor performance in the office, correct?
Well, it was kind of a spiral, but no.
Yeah, it was. Whatever the situation was,
Excuse me.
Questions are fine.
Understood, Mr. Stano. Ms. Cross.
Ms. Yurdi, the circumstances of your leaving the district attorney's office ended your friendship with the district attorney Willis, correct?
Yes.
Y'all haven't spoken since.
No.
All right, I want to talk about the representations that you made here this morning, Ms. Yurdi, about any relationship between District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade. I want you to tell me what was the first time let me ask it this way. You said that District Attorney Willis personally informed you of a romantic relationship. Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
When did that conversation that you purport to have, to recall, when did that happen?
I mean, I don't have a month or a day,
Where were
but just talking in general.
Your Honor, we'd like to keep this witness under subpoena, but that's all the questions I have right now.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cross.
I have to redirect, I'm sorry.
All right, on those points only.
Yes, just those ones. The state asked you a lot about when you were let go, when you resigned. Did something happen as far as purchasing that you didn't feel comfortable with, purchasing things through the county for Ms. Willis that caused you to not be comfortable working there anymore?
No.
And I didn't tell you how to testify here today, though, right?
Right.
Okay. And everything you've testified to is from your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And you've told the truth here today?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I believe she's only under my subpoena, and I'm fine releasing.
Oh, I'm just talking my little buns off and you guys couldn't hear me. But one of the things that we see is, I was explaining, when an individual is engaged in a lawsuit, and especially if you are the person that's defending, then one of the things that the prosecutor or the plaintiff, that be the case, will do is to go after your credibility. And that's one of the things that they use as a tool. They generally will try to destroy your credibility and then find someone else to put their bad behavior, the behavior that they're displaying, they try to find someone else as being the reason why that is happening to you. Has nothing to do with the individual that you have the issue with. So it's very helpful, in my opinion. And that's why I started my channel. It's amazing to me. I have 8 people here now, and it fluctuates between 4 and 8. It's amazing. I look at this in all of these different channels, and these people have millions of views. And I even see some people that's in this sector in some of the chats making comments on different people that I watch that's covering the story. But everybody covers this story. They get like, these people got 1,000 likes. Those just are likes. 5,000 comments. 865,000 views. It's amazing how people, our people, say that we're for each other, but we do everything we can to prevent an individual from moving forward. I'm very pleased where I am, but I would love to see more engagement, and especially from our people, learning, hearing, seeing, doing differently. Everybody say they don't like the bull crap, but that seems to be the only thing that they choose to support. Well, this is real life, and this is real bull crap, and this is really happening to these people. And it could be any one of us. All someone has to do is accuse you of something. And then here we go, because that's what happened to me. You falsely accuse me of something, and I'm going to defend myself in the only manner that I know how, and that's pen and paper. And so we really should take note of what's going on. Nobody don't have to come and support me. Those that choose not to, it's fine. I'm truly grateful for those of you that do. It means a lot. It's not a lot different that I'm going to do. I'm 65 years old with congestive heart failure. I have energy sometimes I don't. But I am consistent, and I'm going to do this every Wednesday and every Sunday that I can. And every now and then I'm going to make a video in between time and in the meantime. But I'm going to do what I purpose to do, and I came here to help uplift fallen humanity, to let us know who we are and how we can live in this place called America and live what some call the American dream. I don't know what that is, because it's someone else's dream. It's certainly not ours, because we don't have access to everything that we should. And a lot of that is because we don't know who we are, and we're black and proud. And black is dead in the eyes of the law. Black is considered a status, a political status. Has nothing to do with skin color. There's but one race, and that's the human race. And we all fall short of someone else's expectations. And if you go to the Sun book, it'll say the glory of God. So we all are human. We make mistakes, but we have to learn how to be accountable and responsible for us. Because I'm sure we all have something we don't want somebody to know, and especially not on the World Wide Web. I'm sure. But it is what it is. That was Miss Yurdy, the lady that she threw under the bus, her friend, who she used her pad to go. That's where they used to hang out before she found someone and decided to move in with him. Because the way they told it at first, you would think that Robin owned the condo, but actually she was just leasing the condo. So this DA lady was subleasing without a lease. So that within itself lets you know she's lawless. She doesn't really follow rules. See, some things you can just easily do right. It's too easy to do right. Most people don't want to do it. And that's what my daddy taught us. The only thing wrong with right is people don't want to do it. And the only thing wrong with the truth is people don't want to tell it. Well, I believe in telling it. I believe in doing it. And I fall short even then. But I can guarantee you, most people don't like to be around because I remind them of their shortcomings. But I have them too, so I don't know why that's such a terrible thing. But for some people, they just don't want to face their reality. And I can dig it. Trust me, I can. Tasha said, people in Atlanta should not want Fani as their DA. The way she conducts herself, a trap house is ran with more ethics and morals than how she runs the DA office. And tell the truth. And she talks about the G. You know, a DA on the witness stand talking about a G makes no sense. We're going to save old Mr. Terrence for last. I want to save him for last. I want to now go to Mr. Sadow as he does a little examining of the DA. Because what I want y'all to get out of this, and I may play her dad, but one of the things she said is her dad was concerned about her safety. He was so concerned about she and his grandchildren that he wanted her to leave her home that she had built, that she bought. And he was just so concerned. But she say, as far as himself, he was concerned about being out in the public because of the, C-19, which sounds absolutely asinine, because if they were all going to be in the same house, if they were sharing the same house at her South Fulton address, which she wants everybody to know she lived in South Fulton, then you would certainly think he wouldn't have a problem being in the same house with her at Hakeville. But one of the things that we discovered, that Robin's place was a place that they came to before that she moved in there to get away from the dad, because she kept this private, secret, non-secret relationship from her dad. So here is Mr. Sadow as he do a little bit with the DA, which I love the way he handled it. Hey, Madria, I didn't know you were still here. Let's see how this goes. Hey, Asatar, congratulations. I seen you got monetized. Congratulations, everybody. Asatar's monetized. Also saw that y'all won the game the other night. So I hope y'all win this other one coming up. Congratulations. I love the way this man practiced law. And if you have to have an attorney, this definitely, you want one like this one. Here we go. Let me put my mic on mute. Regina, you say there's no sound? Hold on a minute. Let me see what's going on. It's supposed to be sound. Hold on. Y'all didn't even get to hear what I want y'all to hear.
Aware, and I know often that times things are confused with state constitutional officers in county, but I'm not aware.
Okay. So it's not your, so it's your understanding that you don't have a duty to disclose the
She's
relationship.
answered that question. Let's keep going.
Did you keep track of this cash that you paid him at all?
What are you talking? I don't understand.
Did you keep track? Did you keep a ledger? Did you keep track of it?
So I've only given him cash, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 times. There's no ledger. This is friends handing money off to each other.
So the answer is no.
I think you've already asked whether there was any written proof whatsoever. She's
Yes.
answered that.
Okay.
So we've covered this. Let's move on.
Who were you referring to when you suggested that Mr. Roman's motion to disqualify was racially motivated?
We already said we're not talking about the forensic misconduct that's been alleged.
And, okay.
And just so the record is clear, I don't believe I said that his motion was racially motivated, so I don't want that to stay there. I've never said his motion was racially motivated, so that should not be true.
I think it would be best if we don't need to go down that road. We're going to save that for argument.
You once said that you would not engage with a personal relationship with anyone that worked for Fulton County. Is that correct?
An employee?
Anyone that worked for Fulton County.
I think I said an employee.
Okay. So that's the qualification you give an employee? You wouldn't.
I think that's the statement that I made, so if you want to quote me accurately.
So it's your position because Mr. Wade was not an employee? Or it's your position he wasn't an employee, correct?
Mr. Wade is not an employee, and he will tell you that over and over again.
Just one moment, Judge. I'm sorry, the statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you. What you said was you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you?
I consider Mr. Wade to be an agent.
Agent?
Yeah,
All right.
an appointee is what I really think of him as.
Your point, whatever merit it has, Ms. Merchant, is on the record. Next question. All right. Do we need any moments in a minute? Mr. Sadow.
No, I'm ready to go.
All right.
I'm going to try to ask you questions that you can actually answer without having to explain, okay?
Yes, sir. My comprehension skills are pretty good, so we should do all right.
We shall soon see. If I heard you correctly, you moved into what I will refer to as the Yurti condo in either March or April of 2021. Is that correct?
Sometime between late February and April. Yes, I don't. Just so we're clear. Yes, but in that time period, you're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark.
And is that Yurti condo, would you say that it is in Hapeville?
It is in Hapeville, yes, sir.
And you moved in there for safety reasons?
My father, yes, I moved in there. We were concerned. My father was terribly concerned about me. Continuing to live at the house, and So they were clear. People came to my house at 5 o'clock in the morning about the police brutality cases, saying I was going to have a wake-up call. There were security threats due to gang cases, and there were concerns due to the, that was at the very beginning of this, looking into that. And so for all of those reasons and what was happening, my father wanted me out the house, and begrudgingly I left.
Okay, so the answer to the question was yes for safety reasons, correct?
Those were all of the things that caused the safety concerns. I'm sorry.
I'm not questioning whether they are or are not safety concerns. I just asked that you moved into this condo, the RT condo,
Right.
for safety reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you moved into the condo, be it from February to April of 2021,
Yes.
was your father still living in your house?
Right, because my father.
That's
yeah.
all I ask you.
But I get to explain the answer, sir.
I don't know if there's an explanation. If I ask you, was your father still living at your house? The answer is either he was or he wasn't.
Yes, but you are going to get to argue at the end of this, as we both
I'm
know.
not going to argue
And so
anything.
I
I'm
would
going to
like
ask.
to be able to explain why.
I'm going
And so,
to.
yes, because my father is an older gentleman, he was worried about COVID, and he stayed.
Ms. Willis, I'm going to have to say that's the second time. Whenever we have to put a pause, we stop testifying, okay? You'll have a chance to explain yourself. The question was whether your father was not staying there at the time, and you're clarifying that in your answer as well. You can have a brief clarification, but it shouldn't be something that reaches well beyond the question. All right, Mr. Sadow, you can re-ask the question. We'll see where it takes us.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Was your father still living in your house at the time you moved to what I would refer to as the Yurty condo?
Yes, sir, he was, due to his concerns related to COVID.
Okay. The safety concern was that there was potential danger at your house. Is that correct?
Yes, my address had been exposed, so yes, there was concerns about potential danger at my house.
Okay, so anyone staying at your house in the time period after you went to the Yurty condo was still in danger, correct?
Yeah, well, no, he did.
I think you have to, it's your attorney, Ms. Willis. Sorry, Mr. Potter, your objection is speculation
Yes.
to the question of
Speculation.
whether someone was still in danger at her condo,
Just let her answer the question.
or Mr. Sadow wants to rephrase.
No, I was able to understand it.
I've got the objection, and then I have,
I'll withdraw the objection. We can move forward.
Okay.
So, and I remember the question, so I can answer it.
but you can now that the objection's been withdrawn. Can you try to answer that question?
Yes.
There's still a safety concern
I was-
for people staying at the house.
Yes, I was very concerned about my father still living at the house. However, if you have dealt with an older gentleman, he was not leaving the house, despite my urging him that I thought he should leave as well. He did not want to leave the house because he was particularly worried at his age about COVID. But that became I don't want to say I was not happy with that decision of my father's, but I can't ultimately make him leave it. And he stayed there too long, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. During that period that you left to go to the Yerti condo, did any of your children stay at your house?
So I don't think that they were there at that point. Certainly my baby wasn't there.
I'm talking about this entire period. We're talking about, if I remember correctly, and you'll correct me, I'm sure, you said that you stayed there at what I would call the Yerti condo until January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you in that period, which would be February to April of 2021 until January of 22, did any of your children stay at your house?
And you don't have to yell at me. I'm able to understand. So I would ask you to not yell at me. That being said, I don't actually expressly remember, but I can tell you, since I have left my home, there have been times my oldest daughter came in. But I can't tell you with certainty the time window that you've said, if they did or not. And so I don't want to speculate to that, but there was some time that my oldest daughter came back. Whether it was that period or after I left the Yurti residence, I'm not sure, okay?
Okay, so if I continue to go into more detail on this, you're not going to be able to give me an answer of whether or not, in fact, any of your children were still at the house or stayed at your house during that time period, correct?
What I can give you clarity of, so that we are clear, is from the time I moved out in February-ish of 2021, after I left there was a time period that my oldest daughter came back. But if you're asking me, was it in that window or after, I just don't have a recollection of that, because, you know, your kids come and they go. And so I don't remember the specific time period, and I apologize for that.
Did your children ever stay with you at the Yurty condo?
Like maybe a night, like for a girls' night or something, but live with, no.
Okay. Did anyone else stay with you at the Yurty condo,
Okay.
including Miss Yurty?
Never. Miss Yurty never lived in the condo. She met her husband and they moved. They weren't quite married, but they moved. Nobody ever lived with me in the condo. That was
My word was stayed, not lived. Stayed with you at the condo.
I guess I don't understand the distinction, but no one ever, I think my oldest child, I think she spent one night with me, maybe my oldest and my youngest, but I think that whole time I was in that place, other than that one night, I don't think anyone ever, this was a very lonely period in my life. I don't think anyone ever spent the night other than maybe one night. I remember a picture of my baby sitting on the couch in that place, and I'm thinking she spent that night, but just a very lonely time in life.
Okay, we'll stay with the lonely theme just for a minute. Did Nathan Wade visit you at the Yurty condo from the time you moved in until he was hired on November the 1st of 2021?
So I moved out of that condo, but during that time period, I'm sure he came to visit. He came to visit. I can remember us going, I think the restaurant's Lickety Split. I can remember him picking me up, going to Lickety Split and ordering some food and coming and sitting at my table and eating. So I remember times that he visited me at that condo, yes.
Okay, could you give us an approximation of how many times Mr. Wade visited you at the condo between the time you moved in and prior to November 1 of 2020?
I don't think often, but I don't want to speculate.
Can we say more than 5, more than 10?
I'm going to tell you the problem I'm having here. Let's say more than 10, but I'm not sure that that's even accurate. He certainly has come and picked me up, gone to grab some food to eat. I don't remember him being in that condo a lot.
Okay, that's your.
I'm sorry. You want a number, and what I don't want to do.
Giving me your current and best recollection is all I'm asking for.
That's all I can give you, sir.
How many times did any of the prosecution team, how many times did Anna Cross come to that condo between the time you moved in and November 1st of 2021?
I don't think Anna's ever been to that condo.
What about any other prosecutor that's involved in the prosecution of this case?
I don't think any of them have.
Just Mr. Wade?
That's correct, sir.
But it was a lonely time.
Oh my God, that 2021, I have a lot of guilt about this time period in my life. Let me tell you why. But yes, it was a lonely time.
Okay.
I was very appreciative to the citizens for giving me this responsibility and this duty. But what I very, very quickly learned is that this is a very isolating job, and 2021 was a lonely time. I turned 50 in 2021. That's probably one of the worst birthdays I've ever had. I spent it alone. So I have a clear recollection of 2021 being lonely.
Okay. Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo, the time period I'm talking about, prior to November of 2021, when Miss Yurty was at the condo?
So Miss Yurty and me, we didn't share the condo at the same time.
So the answer would be no.
But we never stayed there together. So it's an impossibility.
It's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Miss Yurty, because we need to get clarification on this. Miss Yurty stayed in that place. There may have been a time that me and Mr. Wade visited, like went and saw Miss Yurty, but me and Miss Yurty never lived there together. Just so we're clear.
Well, maybe that was clear, but I'm going to have to try again.
Okay,
Was Miss Yearty still living in the condo when you moved in?
not a day.
Okay, so what
That
I'm
was another
talking,
misrepresentation in this. We never lived together. I never lived with Miss Yurdy.
my question though, I'm trying to understand,
Okay.
that after you moved in to the condo, Miss Yearty she was out of the condo, right?
She got a house.
That's all I'm asking, she's not in the condo.
We never stay, Miss Yurty and I never stay a day together in the condo. All of her stuff was out of the condo, and all my stuff, some of my stuff, not all of it obviously, was moved into the condo. So we never stayed there together. No, sir.
All right. So when I asked you about Mr. Wade visiting the condo, when
Yes.
you were staying there,
Yes,
Miss Yearty wasn't staying there, correct?
that would be correct. Yes.
She wouldn't be at the condo, correct?
No, she would not have been.
It would be you and Mr. Wade alone at the condo, correct?
Yes.
That is, there weren't any other witnesses to Mr. Wade and you at the condo, correct?
Yes.
No security, none of your security detail.
An object, she said it was just her and Mr. Wade.
You made your point, Mr. Sato. Let's move on to the next one.
Yes, Your Honor. Who in the prosecution team, prior to, I guess, the motion being filed by defendant Roman, who in the prosecution team knew of your personal relationship, and now I'm talking romantic, with Mr. Wade?
So, sir, I am extremely private.
All I ask
No, no,
is
no.
who knew? It's not, the answer is no one knew, that's fine.
No.
I ask you who knew.
You can answer,
me just tell
answer
you
it and
this.
then explain, Ms. Willis.
I am very private. When I supervised Mr. Body and Mr. McAfee, they didn't know who I was dating, but I can assure you I was dating somebody. So that I kept something private, that's my private life, is not any mystery to anyone. It's like a woman doesn't have the right to keep her private life private. And I'm speaking on this because there have been all these intimations.
You still haven't answered the question, Ms. Willis.
I'm sorry, what was the question, Your Honor?
Is there anyone else who knew about it? And then you can explain.
I don't know. I don't think so. I certainly didn't go out telling my business to the world.
Okay, so, the best of your recollection, you didn't inform anyone on the prosecution team that the individual that you had chosen to lead the prosecution team had a personal relationship with you.
So
Is that correct?
That's inaccurate. Your question is inaccurate.
What?
Because you stated that the person I chose, we had a personal relationship. So we had a friendship. We have all these distinguishing factors. Remember, when I chose him in November of 21, first of all, let's get this straight. Mr. Wade was not actually my first choice. That's no insult to him.
Your Honor,
No,
I
it is
don't-
you, because of the way you phrased the question. You said, when I chose him, I didn't inform people of a personal relationship. We have defined personal as romantic. It is an inaccurate way to state the question.
Then I will
as-
certainly restate it so it is very accurate.
Okay, and please do not yell at me.
You hired Mr. Wade for the first time on November 1st of 2021, correct?
November of 2021, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Your testimony is, whether one accepts it or not, your testimony is that at the time you hired Mr. Wade, there had never been a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade before you hired him, correct?
Yes, my testimony is that we were very good friends, but we're talking about sex, so let's just don't.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm saying romantic relationship doesn't necessarily have to be just sex. It can
I
be
don't-
dating, it can be holding hands, it can be any of those things that one might call romantic. I'm asking you whether or not prior to November 1st of 2021, there was a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. That's very simple. It's either a yes or a no.
I don't consider my relationship with him to be romantic before that. I'm not a hand holder, so no.
Okay, that's fine. Now, let's move beyond November 1st of 2020,
Yeah.
2021, excuse me. If I understand your testimony, there was no romantic relationship with Mr. Wade until early in 2022, whether it be January or February or March, early in 2022, correct?
I would say sometime between February and April. Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm asking you about that time period when it became romantic.
Yes,
Okay?
sir. Thank you.
Okay. You didn't see the need, if I understand, to tell any of the people on the prosecution team when you had established a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade that the lead prosecutor, that is the man that was basically giving orders to others, was dating or having a romantic relationship with you, correct?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point, Your Honor.
Mr. Seda, relevance?
Just to prove or attempting to show that there is an issue on the credibility about the relationship. The failure to have informed anyone on her team that she was having a romantic relationship with the lead prosecutor, I suggest gives rise to that inference. That's the relevance.
The inference that
that they were concealing this because it was not as it's been characterized to the court, and that in fact it started earlier than what they say.
all right, overruled. Mr. Seda.
I just want to make sure that we're clear. From at least 2020, me and Mr. Wade were friends. At least that time period.
Okay, I'm not talking
Okay,
about.
so no, I want to be clear because my credibility is being evaluated here, right? We were friends. We hung out prior to November of 2021. In November of 2021, I hired him. I do not consider our relationship to have become romantic until early of 2022. Because I don't know a date and time, I'm saying sometime between February and April of 2022, and very early April of 2022, because I know that trip that I discussed with you was like the first week of 2022, that the relationship had become romantic. I hope that answered your question, but I can't have it where, you know, we're saying something differently.
All right, so you've established the timeline as you put it. The question originally was, at that time, did you tell any other prosecutors on prosecution?
I never tell people at work who I'm dating.
All right, Mr. Seda.
Okay. Did you take any trips to D.C. with Mr. Wade?
Never.
Did you take, okay, so you have no, what I would call personal trips or business trips to D.C. with Mr. Wade?
I never went to D.C. with Mr. Wade, personal, business, otherwise, never.
Okay, so.
I've never been in the District of Columbia with Mr. Wade, or Maryland, Virginia, the DMV as they call it.
So as I understand it, to be clear, any trips that you would have taken to see D.C.
That was a pretty clear answer.
Huh?
That was a pretty clear answer. She just said no.
Twice.
So do you have a variation or something new to bring up?
I'll ask it and we'll see. Did you take trips to D.C. that were non-business during the time period that this case or this matter was under investigation?
I'm going to object as to relevance as it relates to the matter that we're here before Your Honor.
Well, again, the question already asked is, did you take personal or business trips? She said.
But that was with
Personal
Mr.
or
Wade.
business.
That was with Mr. Wade. This I asked her alone whether she took.
Okay.
What's the relevance?
And what would be the relevance of that?
I'm trying to understand whether or not we have an ability to show a personal trip in which Mr. Wade is there at the same time. I understand her answer. Okay, I understand her answer, but we have documents, we have records that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the documents, the things that...
Well, this could be something that's maybe not part of the record yet, but if he is I think there have been other things discussed in this case, and they have evidence that Mr. Wade may have been in D.C. at the same time. If you want to ask about that exact specific date, Mr. Sadon, you can do that.
I would reference to the court that was not asked of Mr. Wade. Anything about any trips to D.C.
Sure. And so that's going to limit its merit and impact on credibility. So, Mr. Sadon, ask the question.
So
I understand your testimony is you never took a trip to D.C. with Mr. Wade.
That's correct.
Personal or business?
That's correct.
Were you ever in D.C. at the same time as Mr. Wade?
I was not.
On personal or business?
No, me and Mr. Wade have not been to D.C. at the same time. However, since Mr. Wade has been on this case, he's been to D.C. Since Mr. Wade has been on to this case, I've been to D.C. What has not happened is we have not been in the District of Columbia at the same time. Now, the only thing I'm not sure about with what you asked me is if I've been to DC personally, because I got a lot of personal friends in that area, but I know that I have been to DC. I did an interview at Howard University. I went to DC for that. Seems like I've been to DC one other time. Oh, I went to DC for the Global Summit. Actually, yeah, those were 2 separate trips.
My next question is based on her opening the door, and therefore I'll just ask it and Your Honor can decide whether or not it's appropriate. When you went to DC, did you go to the White House?
I did not go to the White House.
No, well,
Apparently I'm going to get the answer anyhow.
there you have it. Next question.
Okay. You indicated your best recollection was that your relationship with Mr. Wade, the romantic relationship, ended, you left it in August of 2023. That sound right?
That's the hard conversation. That's not the.
We've covered this. Next question.
And you characterized it as a tough conversation, correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to get into the conversation per
We
se.
should.
Well, if he doesn't want to, we won't go there. So, Mr. Sadon, next question.
You know, it's kind of hard to say no when you've got that opportunity. But all I'm going to say is was it pre-indictment in this case?
So,
We know the timeline that the indictment was delivered.
but
actually,
and so that we're
I'll give you
clear,
that.
the physical relationship ended pre-indictment.
And is that when you were talking about the tough conversation?
But I'm not sure that the tough conversation didn't happen until after, but the physical relationship. So I'm sure if you ask Mr. Wade, because he's a male, he would say we ended June or July because physical contact ended then. Just in my mind, being a woman, it's over when you have that like hard conversation. I just think women and men think differently.
And I think the answer, Mr. Sadon, to your question was she's not sure whether it was before or after the indictment.
Well, I'm not sure that was her answer, but let's see if I can get specific.
That is what I said. That's what I said.
I'll let you. Next question, Mr. Sadon. If you need to clarify.
Want to say one more? The romantic relationship ended before the indictment was returned, yes or no?
To a man, yes.
Well, to a man, yes. To you, no?
She's explained this, Mr. Sadon. She's explained this.
And did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that?
Ooh.
Or was it just a coincidence?
Let's go on and have the conversation.
I've just asked you whether or not it was a coincidence.
Had absolutely nothing to do with this. It's interesting that we're here about this money. Mr. Wade is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a sandwich. We would have brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal. I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan. A man is a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
No.
Sure.
But I'm sure we'll talk about it further.
No, we're not going to talk about it further.
All right, no back and forth, Mr. Sadon. Next question.
My next question is something that has to do with what I've characterized as the church speech. Let me just tell you what the question is because I know that's not something.
For the record.
Huh?
You can
When you gave what I've referred to as the Martin Luther King weekend church speech, you know what I'm referring to?
A great honor of mine. That's a historic African-American church. Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you have handwritten notes with you that you were reading from during the speech?
And on second thought, Mr. Sadon, because you might have a number of questions about this, why don't we just bullet point what you would want to cover on this reserved for the record, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay.
Since I had laid out before that the forensic misconduct isn't a
So
subject
do
of the
I
evidentiary
not
hearing.
get an answer for that?
That's right.
Okay. Did you read your speech?
Well, no, Mr. Sadon, for everything related to any forensic
Oh, you just want me to
misconduct
stay out of it now?
We're just not, we can do it in a bullet form if you just want to cover what you would have asked, but it's not in a question and answer format.
Okay, so I should do that at this point or do it Sure. When you're ready.
We can do it right now, so it's fresh on.
I'm going to ask her about, did she prepare the speech? Did she have notes on the speech? Did she read the speech? When did she do this? When did she write the speech? Who was she referring to when she was talking about others? Who was she referring to when she said they? Who she was referring to when she spoke in terms of their, that is, their,
I would love to answer those questions.
Well, Ms. Willis, you can certainly do that in some other format, but for today, that's what we decided we're not going to cover.
Who was she talking about that was playing the race card, and why she didn't tell the people at the church that she had had a personal / romantic relationship with the, all due respect the way it was characterized, the black man that she was referring to, and was the black man she referring to, was that Mr. Wade?
Okay.
That's that area of inquiry.
Noted for the record, Mr. Sadow. Next topic.
Okay. I realize that you've testified that you have no records that with regard to cash payments,
Yes.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Would your bank records reflect that you withdrew cash from your bank accounts during the time period of 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023? I'm not asking you, I'm just asking whether they would reflect that you withdrew cash from any of your bank accounts.
So the exact amounts?
No, just
But yeah,
that you did.
Of course, I withdrew money throughout that time period, throughout my life. I withdraw money from the bank. Yes, of course.
Talking about cash from, that is, that you go to a bank.
Right.
Or you go to an ATM
Okay.
and you take cash out.
Either that way, or you go to Publix and you overpay, or you go to another store and you overpay. So yes, both through that, yes, of course they would reflect that at times.
Okay, and so those records, if we had them, would show that, correct?
That throughout the course of my life, I took out money.
I was very specific. I said
Yes, during the course
2020.
of that time period, I would have taken money out. Yes,
So, do you have a problem with?
I absolutely. Yes.
You don't want the bank records to be made available for the court and the court
I'm
alone.
going to object as to the relevance, and this has already been addressed earlier as it relates to other records. This is an improper line of questioning. He's doing it for the purpose of harassing. Right, Your Honor.
I'm just going to sustain it on relevance. Mr. Sadow, if that's something you want to follow up privately, you can do that.
Okay. Last area, briefly.
Yes, sir.
You had contact with Mr. Wade in the year 2020, correct?
Ooh, I had some contact with Mr. Wade.
Would you explain when you say some contact? Please tell us, talking about 2020.
I had some contact with Mr. Wade in 2020. One of the reasons your allegations are so preposterous, or Ms. Merchants that you have joined, is...
Ma'am, I didn't ask you about the allegations. I asked you about your contact. That's all I ask you, okay? I appreciate that you want to say something, but I'm interested in, did you have contacts with Mr. Wade in 2020? And your answer so far has been yes, correct?
Very limited contact because Mr. Wade had a form of cancer that makes your allegations somewhat ridiculous.
And I do appreciate the
I'm not
characterization.
going to emasculate a black man, but I'm just telling you.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not going to emasculate a black man. Did you understand that?
All right,
So I don't
let's
think
get
we should
back on
discuss
track.
further.
Mr. Sadow, next question.
Trying to, Your Honor. Would you tell us on the occasions in 2020 that you had contact with Mr. Wade?
I'm sorry, I thought I had answered that. Yes, sir. There were times in 2020 I had contact, but 2020 was the year I was running for office. It was a year that he was going through some serious medical issues, and I did not have much contact, but I certainly had contact with him in 2020.
Did you go out to eat with him?
Maybe, probably.
Did you visit him in any location? His office, or did he visit you in your office in 2020?
I am sure I'm sure, ooh, that's a very good question. I'm sure he came to 750 in 2020.
750
was my office.
Okay.
Not often, but maybe once or twice. Maybe I went to his office once or twice, but maybe once.
And the purpose for going to his office would have been what?
Maybe we would have went to Mellow Mushrooms for pizza, or maybe he would have come for lunch. I'm sure we went by each other's office though, but not often, not a lot. We both grinding, trying to make a living.
Wait, I understand what you've said about the cancer, and I'm not going into that. But when you were going out with him to restaurants, or when he would come to your office, right? Those were not sterile environments, were they?
Oh, very sterile, because it
The
was.
restaurants were sterile environments?
A lot of times we wouldn't eat there. We would pick up something and go in, but they were.
I'm listening to you. You pick up and take it to where?
Maybe eat at our office, but it did not happen much. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And my office in 2020, nobody was coming in. I was stir crazy, so I would still go into my office. You remember when I started this, I said, I am not even sure if we came to each other's offices, but I am trying to be over cautious. So I think I can recall him at 750 a couple of times. I just think I can recall him at 750 once, but let's say twice. I have seen his office. I remember all the awards in the lobby, but I'm not sure in 2020 I went. I'm not even sure I went in 2020 at all. I just want to tell you yes, because I'm not sure. But I have a distinct recollection of him at 750. I actually don't have a distinct recollection of me at his office in 2020, but maybe I went to his office in 2020, maybe.
Did you have ongoing phone conversations during 2020 with Mr. Wade?
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yes. No question about that.
No question. I talked to him on the phone in 2020.
I understood, and this is, maybe I was confused. The Belize trip was for
his 50th birthday.
His 50th birthday, and that was in
March. He turned 50 March 18th of 2023. If you look at the dates of the trip, I think we were there about 6 days. We stayed at 2 different locations.
And you paid for it?
100%. He said, I paid for the hotel, I paid for the flights, I had a birthday luncheon for him, I paid for massages, I paid for everything.
And would those payments be reflected on your credit card?
Cash.
You paid them in cash?
Cabs. I was telling you all the different things.
I'm asking you whether or not those payments would be reflected on credit card bills of yours.
So there was about $500 that I think is reflected on a debit card. What my recollection is, I took about $4 in cash with me today.
400 or 4,000?
4,000. But I remember I handed him 2,500, and then the rest was just the money we spent. I probably gave $300 or $400 to this guy who was a taxi driver. He would drive us every day around the 2 or 3 days we went. Took him to eat like it was my trip money.
And you had, to be clear, to end this up, the 4,000 that you've just told us.
But I didn't give it all to him. Remember, I only gave the 2,500 to him.
I didn't ask you that. I was going to ask you that 4,000 is part of my word. Cash hoard that you had collected over time.
Cash what?
Hoard, H-O-R-D-E.
Oh, I thought you said something different, sir.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't say that. Any circumstances to you or in court.
All right, back on track.
The hoard, cash hoard debt.
I would not classify it in that way, but I have money at my house. Yes, sir.
And the money, when you had money at your house.
I'm speaking too loosely. I had money wherever I was staying. So I was not referring to my house in 750. I'm saying I had money wherever I was laying my head. Yes, sir. that was my fault, that I wasn't clear.
Yeah, so when you were at what we said, the Yerty condo, during the time period we've always discussed, that's where you would keep your cash.
When I stayed there, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, y'all are cracking me up in this chat. Regina, y'all are cracking me up. I'm not lying. Hold up a minute. I was trying to type and respond to Regina. Who y'all funny? This is too much. Okay, y'all. Now we're getting down to the last leg, and this is the this is just really gonna be really sad to watch. But I guess he's sticking to the, you know, the belief that you never confess, because it's very hard for them to prove, especially criminal offenses, unless they have a statement. And so that would be the same, I guess, for anything else. But they can go by, in a civil case, a preponderance of the evidence. This is really an administrative hearing. This is really not their own trial. They're just trying to see if there was any impropriety that would keep them from going forward as the prosecutors on the case. Now, perhaps the stuff don't turn out the way we think it should, but certainly just their judgment alone, I wouldn't want them overseeing not one case of anybody I knew, thought I knew, or even somebody I didn't even like. I wouldn't want them to oversee that case. I believe they would mess that up. So, I don't know, but this lady here is just really beyond belief. She's beyond belief, to say the least. And to brag on all of her accolades in the years that she was in the DA's office, because she was there 16 years before she got elected to this position. Excuse me. And one of the things she ran on was not, sleeping with anyone that's under her, or making sure that the children got the monies that was allocated for them. And then the whistleblower, the other lady that they got rid of, it was because she wanted to, the guy she had in charge, who's carrying out her wishes, wanted to misappropriate funds and buy MacBooks and take lavish trips. And we know she loved trips, because she said she wasn't well traveled until she got with Mr. Wade, who's a world traveler, she say, and has been to 6 of the 7 continents. So I guess the only one he has not been to is maybe Antarctica. I don't know. He could have been there as well, but she said he's been to 6 of them. So she didn't know Belize was, in the Americas. So I don't know what she really knows, to be honest. And let me see, Tasha says she acting like the drug dealer she used to represent. And now prosecuting. Now, ain't that true, Tasha? That is so true. She learned well. Pay with cash. Yep, she did. And she sounded like those same people that she's prosecuting and used to represent by talking like she's talking about a G in the courtroom. What district attorney would talk like that in the courtroom? I mean, you talk like that with your friends, but not in the courtroom. So here's this other young man who's thrown away his life because of old Fani. And what I was saying a moment ago is they're not even looking at the monies that his friends made, because she hired them January 25th. I think I said 26th before, but I heard it again, and it was the 25th of January, she hired them. They had never met her. They didn't even know her. So you know it had to be through Wade of 2021. And they got 4 contracts. Actually, as they were talking, it sounded like it could have been 5. Well, he made 5. Wade contract made 5. But those guys got 2 contracts for first appearance and taint lawyers. And I don't even think they knew the name of their contracts or what they were supposed to have been doing. So I don't know if they were doing anything. Then I saw on another content creators page where they explained how the guys hire out that type of work. That's where that guy with the bun came in, the Dabney guy who was going to tell about Terrence's supposedly essay allegation. Well, I believe they hired him X amount of dollars and they all pocketed all of the other money. And they split it 3 ways. Well, they probably were not to people that travel, but to her, since she said she's never traveled, then they were very lavish for her. That's so true, Regina. So let's hear how, I don't know if y'all got to see this man testify, but it was very painful watching him still lie. I don't know if he's been threatened, if he's just afraid, because the relationship with Wade is over. He thought they were still friends until Wade said on the witness stand they were not. And then he had to come and say, well, he guess he's not now. But he's still trying to protect him. But look how Steve Sadow don't let him get away with Nathan. And I love it. So let's check this out before we say goodnight. I thank you all for being here with me. Be sure to hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel if you like it. I do a lot of talking, but since I've been covering this story, I kind of wanted you all to get the feel of this person. Yeah. Regina, you gotta watch it. Then you gotta just watch Sadow. I'm just gonna let y'all watch Sadow. This is the best thing I've seen in this case. You gotta watch him, Regina, or go multitask and just listen and come back. I'm not gonna give y'all too much. Regina said we don't want to watch it. Oh, this is funny. Oh.
You're on YouTube, but you're not on the Zoom itself. But not that I can see.
I'm here. I can hear you.
No, I know. I think his visuals may be a little different. So hold tight, Mr. Sadow. We could try to correct that.
Yeah, he was on. He was on when Miss Merchant was asking questions.
We need to add. We need to add a spotlight to Mr. To the witness stand and a spotlight to Mr. Sadow, and we don't need all the other boxes.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Well, then hold tight, Mr. Sadow. We need to add you as well. All right, now we're ready.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bradley, you have referred to Mr. Wade as your client, correct?
Correct.
You understand that the court has ruled that communications that you had with Mr. Wade are not privileged, correct?
No, I'm aware that the court ruled that one specific dealing with the time frame of one specific conversation wasn't privileged.
Then I'm going to ask Your Honor, if it's that the limitation, or
to clarify,
email.
Sure, Mr. Sadow, you asked whether all communications with Mr. Wade
I think were covered. That was not the extent of the ruling. The only ones that I deemed were not covered and that I'd asked about in the in-camera hearing, because those are the ones that were relevant, were any communications Mr. Wade made regarding the existence or non-existence of a romantic relationship with Ms. Willis.
Fine, thank you, Your Honor. I understand. So, going back to this line of inquiry, when you say you don't have personal knowledge, what I want to ask you to start with is very simple. Did you have communications with Mr. Wade about the relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis? It's a simple yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And is it your testimony that during the time you were representing him, which I understood started sometime in 2018, is that correct?
That's the time frame that I remember, yes.
Okay. Is it your testimony under oath that with regards to conversations with Mr. Wade about his relationship with Ms. Willis, that you only had one such conversation during the time you represented Mr. Wade?
One conversation of what? I apologize.
The only thing I'm asking about is that area that the court said is not privileged, which is the relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis. You've testified that during the time you represented Mr. Wade from 2018 on, that you only had one conversation with him in reference to the relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's fair, yes.
Okay, so out of the entire time I'm talking about could be 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. When did you stop representing Mr. Wade?
It was a few months after I left the firm.
All right, give me the approximate time.
I left maybe June, July of 2022, maybe.
Okay, so that would suggest that for, assuming it's 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and half of 2022, which is in the vicinity of 4 to 4.5 years, you're testifying under oath you had one conversation about a relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis. Is that correct?
I don't recall having any other conversation with Mr. Wade about him and Ms. Willis.
Is it your testimony then that you don't remember any other conversation, or there wasn't any other conversation besides the one?
I'm going to object this to ask and answer.
I think he's drilling down. I think it's a fair question overruled.
I don't recall. I would say it was the one, but I don't recall.
You testified that you did have communications with Mr. Wade about him visiting with Ms. Willis at a condo or apartment, correct?
I don't think I testified that I had a conversation. I testified that any knowledge that I would have known anything about any condo would have come from that, but I don't recall a conversation about that. I do not recall a conversation about that.
Okay. Do you recall any other thing at this point in time under oath that would indicate when the relationship started between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis?
I do not know when the relationship started between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis. I cannot recall that. I can't. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to drill down on that now, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wade was hired as the special prosecutor on November 1st of 2021. You're aware of that, correct?
I had my contracts to show when I started. No one showed me the contract of when he started, but if he has a contract for November 1st of 2021, then that's correct.
All right. I'm going to suggest to you that the record will reflect that the contract between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade was November 1st of 2021, correct? I want you just to accept that, okay? Is it your testimony that you don't know under oath whether or not there was a relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis before the contract?
I do not recall any dates of when the relationship started. So whether you are pinpointing a date of when his contract started or not, I'm telling you I did not recall any specific date that he flat out said anything about a relationship with Miss Willis.
Okay. Now I want to go, based on what you've just said, let's go to what was Defense Exhibit 26. Okay? In Defense Exhibit 26, which I showed you last time, was 2 pages of text messages between you and Miss Merchant, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, the first page starts off by saying, Miss Merchant, like, just date, don't hire him. Do you think it started before she hired him? You see that?
Yes, I see it, yes.
And your response to that was absolutely, correct?
I'm going to object, ask and answer in cumulative.
All right, so, Mr. Sato, I do think we went through a lot of these texts.
We didn't go through this whole one.
Just a second, Mr. Sato. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, you said we didn't go through this particular one?
No, we stopped right there. I want to go.
I answered, because this is the exact language that she just stated a few minutes ago. You can read it back.
Okay, Mr. Sato. You saying both of these 2 exhibits weren't already covered by Ms. Merchant?
It was not gone, this particular language was not gone into. I'm doing it based on the exhibit itself. Well, let's do it this way. I now move into evidence defense exhibit number 26.
All right, and I'd have to search through my notes, but does anyone recall that one actually been tendered in a minute already?
It was.
No, it was only presented to your honor for you to take back into camera ex parte to speak with Mr. Bradley and his counsel.
Okay, Ms. Merchant is indicating that it was admitted.
I thought Mr. Sadow admitted it, but I'm organizing them back in order. So I think it might be easier if I just submit the copies of the text that we're all referring to.
All right, so Defense Exhibit 26 and 27 are being tendered.
Well, actually, only 26 at this time.
Okay, Defense Exhibit 6, any objection from the state?
26.
I'm going to object as it relates to foundation and authentication. It was used during the last hearing for the purposes of refreshing his recollection. And it's my recollection is that it didn't refresh his recollection, but I renew my objection as to asked and answered in cumulative.
Okay. As to foundation and authentication, I think Mr. Bradley has recognized that in this text that he sent and received, so I think I'd overrule on that basis any other objections to their admissibility from any other defense counsel, and seeing none, Defense Exhibit 26 is now admitted. Mr. Sadow.
Thank you. All right, let's continue now to publishing it. After you said the word absolutely, on your own, you said it started when she left the DA's office and was judge in South Fulton. They met at...
Object. Asked and answered.
All right, understood, Mr. Body. I'm going to let Mr. Sadow have a few minutes on this, and we'll go from there. But
Judge, I'm sorry. I did answer this. I answered it for Ms. Merchant. I stated that I was speculating. The judge, someone objected to the speculation, but this was the exact same language
well, thank you
when I said that
Mr. Spradley. Mr. Sadow is asking the question in a slightly different manner, and I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway to do that. So, Mr. Sadow.
All right, I hesitate to have to start back where I was, but after the word absolutely, you on your own said it started when she left the DA's office and was judged in South Fulton. They met at the municipal court CLE conference. That's what you said, correct?
That is correct.
Now, it's your testimony, at least so far, that when you on your own gave those two statements in the text, that you were merely speculating and did not have that knowledge from Mr. Wade. Is that your testimony under oath?
Yes, that's what I testified to. Yes, sir.
So you on your own came up with the whole notion that it started when she left the DA's office and was judged in South Fulton. That's, according to you, that's speculation on your part, correct?
Overruled. Answer the question, Mr. Bradley.
Yes, that's speculation on my part. Yes.
Right. It had nothing to do with what Mr. Wade had told you, correct?
I answered your question. I was speculating to the answer. That is correct.
So maybe you can tell the court, in your own words, why in the heck would you speculate in this text message and say that it started when she left the DA's office and was a judge in South Fulton? Why would you speculate and say that in a text?
I knew they had met at the municipal court conference.
How do you know that? I'll stop you right there. How did you know that?
I answered that at the last. I knew that.
You now.
I knew that
Sir,
because
I'm asking you questions, and you are in a situation where you get to give answers. Mm-hmm. I'm asking you, how did you know that?
How did I know when they met?
Somebody told you that, right?
When they met?
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Who told you?
Mr. Wade told me when they met.
So you had more than one conversation about the relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis because he told you where he met her.
That's incorrect. Incorrect.
It's incorrect.
It's incorrect.
Okay. Let's go back to the exhibit. Why would you speculate that that's when they started the relationship? What would cause you to put that down as speculation?
I don't recall, but why I thought that it started at that time. But I do recall that he only met her, and I testified to that he met her at that conference, which was in 2019.
You knew that Ashley Merchant represented a defendant in this case when you were text messaging with her, correct?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And you knew that the reason she was asking you questions about Mr. Wade was because she was trying to show when the relationship began, correct?
No, that's not 100%
it's not, but
correct.
The beginning of the text message.
Yes, but what messages were before this message, before she sent that?
I can't answer that question because I don't have them. All I have is what's in front of you.
Yes.
And it says that she says, do you think it started before she hired me? So you knew, as the counsel for a defendant in this case, that Ms. Merchant was asking you specifically about the knowledge that you had regarding the timing of the relationship between Wade and Ms. Willis, correct?
I mean, based on this, yes, I see what was asked.
And in response to that, you answered directly on your own what you now claim to be speculation, right?
That's correct.
So I ask you one more time before I move to the next part of this. Why would you speculate when she was asking you a direct question about when the relationship started?
I have no answer for that.
Except for the fact that you do in fact know when it started, and you don't want to testify to that in court. That's the best explanation.
This is completely argumentative.
That's the true explanation, because you don't want to admit it in court, correct?
No, I have no direct knowledge of when the relationship started.
I'm not going to go back through that again. Well, if you didn't know, and you were asked specifically as this exhibit shows, maybe you can explain why you wouldn't say, I don't know.
Is that a question? You're asking me a question to answer?
Definite question.
State that again, I apologize.
If you're being asked, as we've just gone through with this text message from Ms. Merchant,
yes,
as the attorney for a co-defendant,
yes,
and she's asking you about the relationship, and she's clearly asking you about the timing, why wouldn't you just have said in response, I don't know when it started?
I don't know why I didn't say I don't know.
Maybe, again, it's because you know what the truth is, and that's why you answer it exactly the way you did in Defense Exhibit 26, correct?
No, I can't sit here and tell you that what you just stated was correct.
Right. What you want the court to believe, and you want the rest of us to believe, is that for some unknown reason, upon being asked a direct question about when the relationship started, you decided on your own to simply speculate and put it down in a text message as opposed to putting down what you actually knew. That's what you want the court to believe, correct?
That was a lot. So can you break that down? I apologize. You're asking me, do I want the court to
believe that instead of saying nothing, you decided on your own to speculate.
Yes, I speculated. Yes, I've stated that I speculated. Yes, sir.
That's what you want the court to believe, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, then when you go to the next page of that, okay, you see it starts, the best that I can see, it starts in South Fulton. Is that what you have in front of you? Second page.
The second page that I have says, that's what I figured.
Okay, that may be cut off from the one that I have. But I'm looking at my opening line says in South Fulton. Is that on your second page?
No. So if you're going in order of the pages, no, neither page starts with South Fulton.
No, don't get caught up on whether it starts that way. Does the second page have a line in there that it says in South Fulton?
Oh, yes, I apologize. So, yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
Just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. You say after in South Fulton, they met at the Municipal Court CLE conference, right?
Yes.
You see that?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Ms. Merchant says, that's what I figured when he was married. Is this accurate? Upon information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship at that time. You see, that's what she said, right?
No, I mean, so it says they met at Municipal Court CLE. The only other thing here says that's what I figured when he was married. There's no response for me on that day. And then there's another response. I guess a question that says, is this accurate?
Okay, that's what I just went over with you.
Okay, so I don't have anything in that. Is this accurate at all? I can show the court. It just says, is this accurate with the question mark? I don't have anything following that.
You don't have, after that, upon information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship with that.
I apologize. It goes to the next page. I apologize.
No problem.
Yes.
Just want to make sure.
So, no, I see that now, yes.
All right, so that's what I just read is exactly what Ms. Merchant said to you in the text, right?
Yes, that was in the test. Is it accurate upon further information? Yes, that's there.
And again, since you have told us that you were speculating when you gave the answer that we went over with previously, on this one, you don't say, I don't know. You simply correct her by saying no, municipal court, right?
Yes, so she asked, was it accurate? And I said it wasn't accurate. No, it wasn't accurate. It was municipal court.
Right, and when you said it wasn't accurate, it was municipal court, you didn't say, no, that's not accurate. They didn't start a romantic relationship at that time, correct?
No, but I was referring to the municipal court. No, it wasn't accurate as it applied to I was answering the no municipal court, meaning when she said, is that accurate? It was to the municipal court, not magistrate court.
Okay, but you didn't say that the rest of what she asked you was accurate. You didn't say, no, that's inaccurate. That's not true. That's not accurate. You simply said the only thing that wasn't accurate was municipal court should be there instead of magistrate, right?
So I was answering the question of it was a compound question, and I was answering the question of she wrote magistrate court, and I said no, municipal court.
Right, but it's not compound. It's one statement. Upon information and belief, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I know the feedback and the delay is complicates things, but I think you've adequately made your point here, and I don't think we need to belabor it much longer. Let's move on to the next issue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bradley, prior to coming into court today, did you and your lawyer meet with anyone from the district attorney's office?
No. I mean, no. Not that I know. I'm aware of, no. I did not meet to anyone.
Sorry?
I did not meet with anyone outside of my attorneys.
Did you have any conversation?
I did not.
Conversation?
I did not.
So you have not spoken, if I understand you correctly, prior to coming into court today, you've not spoken with the prosecutors?
No.
Right?
I've not spoken to the prosecutors. I've not spoken to defense.
Have you spoken to Mr. Wade?
No.
So, as far as just getting into the courtroom today, there's been no contact or conversation in it with any of the parties we just went over, right?
There has not been any contact with defense or the state at all.
I think I have basically just one or two more questions. Why would you see the need to speculate when you were texting with Miss Merchant?
I think we did cover that one, Mr. Sadow. I think that exact question was already put to him. What would be the next one?
I'm trying to look. Let's go to 27. Defense Exhibit 27. Do you have that now, sir?
I do, sir.
All right. Would you look at it and tell me whether or not the Defense Exhibit 27 appears to be accurate? Because I want to seek to introduce it into evidence. It consists of an email to you from Ms. Merchant and a text response from you, correct?
But the text response was not in response. So yes, it does consist of the email and a text response. I'm not saying that the text response applies to the entire email that was sent.
All I've asked you right now is, is the email and the text, are those accurate in the interaction that makes up Defense Exhibit 27?
As it applies to the stapling of the email and the stapling of a text message chain, yes, that is Defendant's Exhibit 27. This is, it's accurate.
Okay, I would move Defense Exhibit 27 in. I believe it was treated the same way as 26 last time.
Same objections, Mr. Abadi?
Yes, Judge.
All right, overruled. Any other objections from defense counsel? Seeing none, Defense Exhibit 27 is admitted.
All right.
Anything else?
Your Honor, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know whether you'll find this objectionable or not. I'll ask it, obviously.
All right.
Mr. Bradley, you realize that if you were to testify under oath, that you knew from Mr. Wade that the relationship between him and Miss Willis existed before the contract in November 1st of 2021, that if you testified that you knew that from Mr. Wade, that would show that both Miss Willis and Mr. Wade had lied under oath. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna object.
I think that's going to call for an opinion on the credibility of another testifying witness, so I don't think that would be an appropriate question.
Then that's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sadow. Mr. Stockton.
Just briefly, Judge.
We'll see.
Mr. Bradley, do I understand from your prior testimony that Ms. Merchant sent you a motion to review prior to her filing it?
Objection. Call for cumulative answers.
Right, I'm going to give him just a little bit. All right, Mr. Stockton. Maybe this is going somewhere else.
Did Mrs. Merchant send you a motion prior to January 8th of 2024 for you to review?
That is correct.
And did you in fact review that motion?
That is correct.
And did you indicate to Ms. Merchant that the contents of that motion seemed okay to you?
Well, so you're referring to Exhibit 27, which, as I stated a few minutes ago, one is an email, one is a text chain. So in the text chain, when I never responded to the email, I never responded looks good or anything to the email that was sent to me. However, in the text chain, what you all are trying to merge together is the fact that I was asked about the contract. And that contract was $74,000, and me being added back to that. So when I said, and I think before that in that text, it referred to me being added back. And at that time, I said, yes, looks good.
And you're aware and you recall that when Ms. Merchant presented you with that motion, she asked you not to disclose it to anyone until she filed it. Is that correct?
We are covering, I think, the last 5 or 6 questions. We've covered ground. Let's get to that ultimate point.
I'm trying to get there, Judge, I promise you.
Okay.
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
She asked you not to disclose that motion to anybody until she filed it, correct?
I think so. I think that was in the text message, yes.
And you knew, in fact, it was her intention to file that motion, correct?
The actual motion that she, that was sent?
Yes.
I knew that she was going to file a motion, yes. I do not think that that was the final draft, or it could have been that she was working on it, but yes, I knew that she was going to file some motion, yes.
And you knew that she presented that motion to you for your review so that she could make sure it was accurate, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. All this is asked and answered in cumulative.
All right, noted. I think Mr. Stockton's getting to the next point, so why don't we just ask that one?
Is that correct?
Did you?
We combine that with the next question, so we're not having to lay bit by bit every single time.
Mr. Bradley, you knew that Mrs. Merchant was relying on your review to ensure the accuracy of that motion prior to filing it, correct?
Speculation as to what he knew that Miss Merchant knew.
No, I'd overrule that. Mr. Bradley?
No, so once again, I was excluded from the footnote of that motion, and my review of it, and I said, hey, you need to add me back to the footnote because I did have a contract and I did receive $74,000.
If I may help you out, let's talk just about that part of the motion that deals with the relationship between the District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade. When you reviewed that, you knew that Miss Merchant.
No, I did not know that she was relying on me for any relying on me for any accuracy other than what was put in there about the $74,000.
Mr. Bradley, if there was something patently false in that motion, you would have told Miss Merchant, wouldn't you?
I can't say that I would or wouldn't have. I don't know what I would have told Miss Merchant.
If there was something patently speculative, you would have told Miss Merchant, wouldn't you?
I don't know what I would have told Miss Merchant. She asked me, was it accurate? We were discussing the $74,000 that was left out.
Again, if I may direct you just to that portion dealing with the relationship between Mrs. Willis and Mr. Wade. You didn't tell her that there was anything patently false in that because you didn't see anything patently false in that motion as it relates to the relationship.
Repeat your question, I'm so sorry.
You did not inform Mrs. Merchant that there was anything patently false in that motion that you were presented with as it concerns the relationship because you did not see anything that was patently false, correct?
Objection, asked and answered, cumulative.
All right, next question, Mr. Stockton. Sustained.
And you didn't see anything that was speculative in there either, did you?
Asked and answered, cumulative.
I know, sustained, Mr. Stockton.
I just want to ask you one more question. I'm coming at from the other way that Mr. Sadow did. Did anybody from the district attorney's office or any witnesses in this case contact you about Miss Merchant's motion from January the 8th of 2004 until today?
Did anyone contact me about her motion?
Yes, from the district attorney's office or any witnesses or anybody else involved with the case besides the defense?
Other than the only personal call that I had was with Gabe Banks. I never spoke to anyone else, and to my knowledge, he's not a part of it, so.
That's all I got, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Stockton. Mr. Durham, if you're still with us.
No question, George.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McDougal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bradley. You have certain information about the relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis that is not privileged, correct?
Well, that was my determination, so I think he disagrees with it. So what we're going to say his opinion's a little irrelevant on that point.
Do you understand that the court has ruled that certain information that you have about the relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade is not privileged?
The court's ruling, as I understood it, and as my lawyers and I understood it, of the privilege not existing was based off of a conversation that was had in my office, in the back of my office, which was confidential, with Mr. Wade and I. That's what was asked of me on yesterday, and that's what the ruling, to my knowledge, unless I'm being corrected here now and saying that it's more, it was that particular piece that the judge said did not have privilege.
And have you testified already today to the sum total of your knowledge of the relationship that is outside the scope of the privilege according to the court's ruling?
Can you answer that again? I'm sorry, I didn't understand it.
Referring to what you understand to be the information that is not privileged, have you testified to the sum total of that information?
I think I have, yes. I think I've testified to that, yes.
All right, sir. That's my questions.
Thank you, Mr. McDougal. Mr. Rice.
Mr. Bradley, at least as of February 15th, when you first testified, you said that you still considered yourself a
I think I said that, yes. I think I did, yes.
and you've been friends with Mr. Wade for over 10 years, correct?
That would have been fairly accurate, yes.
And you recall communicating with Ms. Merchant about this case and about Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis's relationship, correct?
I'm going to object as to past and entered and cumulative by all three of the previous.
Sure. We don't have to lay that foundation. Why don't we combine it with the next question where you've got a new point to make?
Okay. Mr. Bradley, when you communicated with Ms. Merchant, did you tell her any lies about Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis's relationship?
Did I lie to Miss?
That's a simple question, Mr. Bradley. You're a lawyer. Did you lie to Ms. Merchant when you told her facts about Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis's relationship?
Not that I recall. I don't recall. I mentioned earlier that I speculated on some things. I've testified to what I did know, so I can't recall whether or not No.
Mr. Bradley, speculation is kind of a weaselly lawyer word. Let's speak truth here. You're under oath.
Argumentative at this point, Your Honor. Not asking relevant questions.
Mr. Bradley.
Find a question, Mr. Rice.
Mr. Bradley, when you were communicating different details of the relationship between Miss Willis and Mr. Wade to Mrs. Merchant, did you lie to her about any of those details?
Objection, asked and answered twice.
I don't think he's answered it yet.
I don't recall ever whether any of it was a lie or not.
Well,
this time, so.
At the time you were communicating with Miss Merchant, you were still friends with Mr. Wade, correct? And at the time you were communicating with Ms. Merchant, you knew that she was talking to you in her role and capacity as an attorney in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that she was going to use that information to somehow benefit and file a motion and benefit her client, correct?
I did not know that.
Okay.
So I did not, oh, I'm sorry.
So as an attorney yourself, you are testifying here under oath that you had no idea what Miss Merchant was going to do with all the details that you were giving her about Wade and Willis's relationship.
So at the time, no, I did not. I knew that Miss Merchant was gathering information. That is correct.
Okay. And did you lie to her when you told her that the relationship began before 2020?
I don't think we need to drill into specifics. He's covered it at a high level. I don't think we're going to get much out of this.
Okay. Mr. Bradley, isn't it true the only thing that has really changed? Well, when you were speaking to Miss Merchant, whether by text or by telephone, you never said to her that I don't remember or that I'm speculating, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, you've looked through a whole lot of text messages. Do you remember ever seeing any communication from you that said, I don't remember?
Yeah, through the messages that, I don't have all the messages in front of me, but no, I don't recall if I ever said I don't remember.
Do you recall seeing any text messages where you replied to her or gave her details where you said, I am speculating about this detail?
No, I never used the word speculating, no.
And the only thing that's changed between then and now is that phone call from Nathan Wade's friend, Gabe Banks, correct?
No, well, Gabe was my friend, and I actually stated that the first day that I was here was that I've known Gabe for a few years, and that we are fraternity brothers. And so I never said that that anything changed behind Gabe Banks.
So you never told Miss Merchant that you were worried that they were threatening you?
Objection, asked and answered like he was asked this on February 16th and today.
So, Rice, we've covered this.
And just to be clear, you didn't attend college with Mr. Banks, did you?
I did not attend college with Mr. Banks.
When you referred to him as your fraternity brother, y'all just both happened to have pledged the same fraternity, different colleges, different chapters.
Well, that's what we consider fraternity brothers, yes, sir.
And as a normal course of your relationships with your friends, do you pass on lies about your friends?
Have I passed on a lie about a friend? Is that what you're asking?
Is that something you normally do, Mr. Bradley? Do you tell lies about your friends?
Have I told lies about friends? I could have, I don't know.
Do you tell lies about your friends about a case of national importance?
Objection, as to.
All right, overruled.
I could have, I don't know.
Mr. Bradley, I notice you're not looking at me.
I'm looking at you on the screen only because I was accused of, and I did the same thing to Mr. Sadow when he was on the screen.
What's the next question, Mr. Rice?
No further questions, Judge. I think it's clear.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gillum.
Good afternoon, Mr. Radley. A few questions. A lot of folks have taken up the questions that I wanted to ask, but I've got a few left here.
We'll see.
We'll see. You said Mr. Radley, you said you didn't know what Ms. Merchant was going to be doing with the motion that she sent you. You remember that testimony a few minutes ago?
I think I said I didn't know that. I knew that she was gathering information, yes.
Well, let's look at the title of the motion that she sent you. Do you remember reading?
That was sent on the 6th.
Excuse me, do you remember reading the defendant Michael Roman's motion to dismiss grand jury indictment as fatally defective and motion to disqualify the district attorney, her office, and the special prosecutor from further prosecuting this matter? Do you remember seeing that in the draft that you read and reviewed?
Yes.
So when you tell this court that you didn't know what she was up or what she was going to do, she kind of gave you a hint, didn't she, in the title of the motion that she sent for you to read? Didn't she? Yes or no?
I read the title of what the motion was.
There wasn't anything in the title that threw you off. Pretty straightforward speaking title, isn't it?
Correct.
So you knew that what she wanted was information from you so that she could then file a motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment, to motion to disqualify the district attorney and her office and the special prosecutor from further prosecuting the matter, right?
I'm going to object to speculation.
You knew that, didn't you?
Overruled.
Yes or no?
When she sent that motion, yes.
Okay. And you knew that the special prosecutor that to whom she was referring in that motion was Mr. Wade, correct? You knew that.
Yes.
Because you read the motion, you said you reviewed it, correct?
Yes.
And we're not going to go over all of the, number one, because we don't have time, and number two, the court wouldn't let me. But there are a few things that I do want to ask you about in that response, in that aspect. Now, in that motion that you said you reviewed, on page 6 of that motion, well, on page 5, it starts off with, how do we know this? And there's a question mark.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Gillen, I can appreciate what you're doing. I think that's something you can do at argument. He's said as a whole that he got the motion, and he's had his responses to his opinion of how he handled it. I don't see, again, this really being necessary to go through it line by line of what.
Well, I'm a little indulgence, Your Honor. I'm not going to go. This isn't going to be a 40-minute death march through the motion. I would like to ask about a few bullet points that capture under this, and then I'll move on. But I would ask the court's indulgence in that respect.
Again, I think we've covered it, and I think that you'll be able to argue that this was in that motion and that he had a chance to review it, and he never objected to anything in there or raised it. So
that's the problem, and always ending up last.
It very much is. And next time I'll reshuffle the order.
Well, we did earlier with Mr. Wade, and then
I hear you.
That was kind enough, and then the court said we had to go.
I need to draw straws next time.
There we go. I'll go with that.
All right. Anything
Thank you,
else?
Ron. That's all I have.
Okay. We had Mr. Kucherov potentially still on Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor, and I have just a few questions.
All right. Could we add a spotlight to Mr. Kucherov? I'll let you know when we're able to proceed.
Judge, before he starts, can I take a 5-minute restroom?
Absolutely.
2 hours?
Yeah, we've been going 2 hours, so let's come back at 4 o'clock. I'll also note for the record that we received a notification from Mr. Cromwell on behalf of Ms. Latham, and he said he was waiving her presence. And I don't know if he later decided to join us by Zoom, but I don't think he was electing to log in. So after Mr. Kucherov, just in terms of timing, Mr. Abadi, do you have any expectation of how long your, if any, questioning would last?
I don't imagine my questioning will be very long.
Okay, well, let's get back in at 4 o'clock. Mr. Bradley, you can just step out to the jury room.
It was the date of whenever the...
I am, Your Honor.
All right, then let's go back on the record. We have Mr. Bradley here. And everyone else is here as well. You may proceed.
Mr. Bradley, did you use any documents to prepare for your testimony today?
No, I did not.
The last time you spoke with Gabe Banks?
The day that, I don't have the date, but it was the date of whenever the phone call happened.
And you know his wife, Kyra Banks, works for the DA's office, right?
Yes, correct.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Wade?
I'm spoken to Mr. Wade personally in a year, 2 years actually, when I left the firm.
Miss Willis?
I never, my interaction with Miss Willis was never where I would pick up the phone and talk to her, or that she would, or anything like that.
So you didn't hang out with Miss Willis? You didn't have a personal relationship with her?
No, I never had a personal relationship. I mentioned before that I went to a dinner that was after she was elected. That was at a steakhouse, but it was some 75 to 100 people there.
So you knew of her, you just didn't have a business relationship or a personal relationship with her, or at least a close one?
I knew of her from she was in the DA's office and I had criminal cases, but I did not personally know her, no.
And not having known her, not really hanging out with her, you've got a contract from her office.
I'm gonna just object as to cumulative asked and answered throughout the whole thing.
All right, Mr. Chair, I think we covered this ground on the 16th about the contracts. Do you have are you going somewhere else with this?
I am, Judge. If you give me a little latitude, I'll tie it right now.
Okay, you may proceed.
You got a contract from the office, not knowing or having a good relationship or a good working business relationship with Miss Willis.
That's correct.
That's because Nathan Wade steered that contract to you.
I don't know how it came about, but it was presented to me at the office about the contract, correct?
Who presented it to you? Mr. Wade?
Yes.
And he owed you money, you said at one point.
Say that again?
Owed you money at one point?
I don't recall saying that he owes me money.
Did he owe you money at one point?
Not that I recall saying that Mr. Wade owes me or owed me money. I don't recall ever saying that.
I didn't ask whether you ever said that. I said, did he owe you or did he owe you money in the past?
No, he didn't owe me money.
And so he steered this contract to you, to your office, and you weren't really talking to him? You hadn't talked to him for 2 years?
The contract was in 2021. I didn't leave until 2022.
So you didn't talk with him that whole time?
I left in 2022. I haven't really spoke to him since 2022 is what I stated. When I left June of 2022, around June, August dates of 2022.
Other than one last question, other than your attorney, who did you speak with today about giving testimony in this case today?
I spoke to my attorneys, Charles Graham and BC Chopra.
And I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. And again, I'll just double check to make sure. Did Mr. Cromwell ever join us by Zoom? Do we?
Your Honor, I think he's still having technical issues. He did email me saying he has no questions. It appears that all relevant questions were asked.
All right, thank you. So just for the record, Mr. Cromwell has been apparently watching the proceedings.
Okay, everybody. 2022. Y'all are so funny. Do you pronounce your name Tyad 330? Tired boy, you are funny. You and Regina have kept me laughing this evening. This has been a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful show. I'm so glad that you joined us tonight because it's very funny, even though the situation is not funny. But we gotta make okay, Ty, we have to make, for real, we have to make humor out of this, because if we didn't, we would be crying for days. Because believe it or not, this is actually, I call it the criminal injustice system, but this is the injustice system all over. And we say justice for all, but is it really? I mean, just look at what they're doing in this case. Such a very important case. I don't even know what made them think that they could take on such a case. But if you think that you have the knowledge, the experience, the know-how, you would want the best people around you ever. She had the best man for the job. But you know what was strange to me? The guy that she hired, who is the RICO expert, I thought they were saying that was her dad. They share the same name. The gentleman who's actually the RICO expert is a European, and his name is John E. Floyd. And her dad's name is John C. Floyd III. So that's kind of confusing there within itself. But you have the man who practically wrote the book on RICO, who put all of this together, and you pay him $100 less than what you pay the man that you're screwing. So you are not going to really be able to explain this away. I don't know what the judge is going to do, because I think the purpose for the disqualification has to be that she benefited, and we know she benefited from the trips. I don't care how much cash she says that her dad told her to stack up. Nobody tells their child to stack up 6 months of cash. That makes no sense. You know, if you stacking up money, it's for a reason. So if you say 6 months of cash, you would say 6 months of living expenses, or 6 months of mortgage, 6 months of rent, 6 months of car note, 6 months of insurance payments. You would give it a definition. You wouldn't just say stack up 6 months of cash. That makes no sense. But of course they think we're all stupid, and they think we're minorities, which are minors in law. They think that we can't reason or think for ourselves. But a lot of us have critical thinking abilities, and we know how to strategically write and put things down, even though we may not get the credit, and we may not have the degrees, and we may not be Greek and all of this other good stuff. And she's not either, pretending to be an AKA, and they have not found her on any of their registries. So this is a big, ugly mess. And everything they do it for a reason. And this is just to show us how far back we are. Let me see. What did Tia say? Search for videos of Mr. Wade's wife. Oh, I'm so glad. See, we never know. And then I never know how to pick the right names. So I'm really glad that I did that, and you were looking for something about her, because it's very important that we know that she's a victim in all of this. Again, I don't speak to their marriage. I don't know them, but it sounds like she really thought she and her husband was trying to make a go at it, but he saw something different. And I guess what he saw was lights, cameras, action. Because I read an article about him, and he's supposed to be somebody from Hollywood. He has a movie that he did. I don't know the movie, but it's something about somebody's son or something. So and she does a little modeling and stuff, but she was mainly a housewife. And now that their children are gone off to school, then we have this craziness. Hi, M. Jones. Good night. Glad that you joined us. But it has been such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful evening. Y'all have had me rolling between you and Regina. I just didn't know if I was going to make it through the night. I'm not playing. Y'all are so funny. And Tasha throw her little old 1 or 2 words in there. Y'all had me rolling. I'm talking absolutely rolling. And Regina, Gabe, I really think Gabe he looked like he really think he bougie. But I think he kind of works with the bar or something, because he was the one that they said, that the man said last week when he was testifying, that he called, to let him know that they, he can, if he don't have to answer nothing, remember his privilege, everything is privilege. But that man know every conversation they had is not privileged. I don't even know why we don't even know nothing about no law, but we look at enough TV. We look at enough Judge Judy. We look at enough Court TV, ID, and all these other shows to let us know that every conversation you have with an individual that you retain as an attorney is not privileged information. It has to do with the advisement of law. But, of course, I guess some of us will believe anything. I don't know. Yeah, it has been one funny evening. I tell y'all, I have enjoyed myself. I don't know when I've had so much fun on YouTube lately, but y'all have tickled me. I have hooped at y'all, and the way y'all, Tia, you came up with that bathroom break, and I knew it was coming up, and that was so fun. Boy, y'all really had me feeling very, very, very grateful to have my channel. And again, I appreciate you guys. I'm here every Wednesday, and I'm here every Sunday, and I have my faithfuls here with me. Sometimes they're working and busy, and Regina be multitasking so much. I've been so happy to see her in the chat talking, because trust me, if Regina M is in the chat, you're going to learn something. And, whatever I miss, she's going to back it up. So I just appreciate you guys for coming. Spread the word. I'm here. They tried to get rid of me over in this sector, but I'm not going anywhere. I came here for a purpose. I came here as a little old lady, 65 years old, and all I came to do was share my knowledge, share my skills, my abilities, my wisdom, my journey. That's what I came here for. And unfortunately, I met some unscrupulous people, and I had to learn that. My son had told me about people on social media, because, I'm not a computer person. I only knew how to do my job on a computer. I don't like technology, so I didn't try to learn nothing. I don't even know how to type. I pick. But I do my best. And I'm one of those disorganized perfectionists. All these other people have these imperfections. They're just imperfect human beings. Well, I'm a disorganized perfectionist. And so it takes me forever to do everything because I want it a certain way. And then I don't know what I'm doing. My son tell me, you old folks ought to keep y'all old ass off this computer. And we used to laugh and chat and laugh. But after I got my channel, and I was received pretty well. And so we were very excited about it. And then I started actually doing kind of good and had, more people in the chat and stuff. And the people over in this sector really went crazy. And one guy, of course, y'all know I don't call his name, but he's a know-nothing. And he actually turned on me. And so the whole sector turned, except for the faithful few that know me for who I am, Toothless Tiger. And I know we all don't know each other, but I think my integrity and my work should speak for me. And I've done nothing to nobody, but a lot of the people, hey, Majestic, it's good to see you. A lot of the people turned, but there are some good people who stayed. Some people will watch from the bushes because they don't want their name to be seen in my chat. And I understand all of that today. I didn't understand none of that when I first got here. And I don't need a whole gazillion amount of people because, again, like I said, I'm 65 with congestive heart failure. I don't have a lot of energy and strength, but I am who I say I am, and I do what I say I'm going to do. And This gentleman tried to run me off of YouTube along with all of his little cronies, and he turned on most of his cronies. And now they're just regular people like they should have been all along. And they don't believe that they do the things that he did, but they all did it to me. So I understand how all this stuff works, but I'm not that girl, and I tried to tell him. I'm really, really not that girl. I'm old, and I move slow, and all of that good stuff. But ain't nothing wrong with my mind. And I've never been a fighter. Had 3 fights, lost all 3. All 3. But you give me a pen and a paper, and you're going to have to show me something. You really are. And I don't care how great you are. As long as we got access to dictionaries, encyclopedias, and the World Wide Web, you too could be a genius. All you got to do is look it up. And that's the truth. Yeah, that lady needed some new undergarments. And so maybe that's what her constituents ought to give her. If she stay in office, they ought to send her a lot of beautiful, different kind of Spanx, to let her know that even at her size, she's not a real big woman, but with that belly hanging over like it was hanging, yeah, she might want to do something a little bit different. The dress was on backwards, and people were arguing about the dress wasn't backwards, but they had people actually looking up the dress at Amazon for $89, and it was on backwards. Her flag, when she first stormed into the courtroom, was upside down, disgracing the flag. If you have, any thoughts about the flag, it should be flown right if you're going to fly it, So it's just a number of things that they really got wrong. And I don't think that they sat down and strategized. I think somebody just gave them some instructions, and they did the best they could to follow it. But because all of the Grey Goose and the wine and whatever came with it was there, then perhaps that's how they got lost along the way. But it's really sad that we have to go through this. It really is. As a people, that's why I try to teach people about law. And it's really to our benefit. History and law should be studied together. And there are great people out here, but you got to learn. My son always tell me, and I'm going to come on camera, I was going to stay out because I was going to light me a cigarette. Even though I have congestive heart failure, I still smoke. That's one of the things that I do. And I've quit several times, once for 4 years. But, I think if I didn't smoke Cool Filter Kings, I probably wouldn't even be here. I don't know. But I just live one day at a time the best I can. And I try to treat people right. And I'm going to make sure that people treat me right, or I'm going to cut them off. And it's just that simple. But we as a people need to understand that it's so much knowledge out here. You have to almost be careful, because too much of anything is not good for you. And so, but we have some great people out here. We got Dane Calloway out here teaching some real good stuff. We have my mentor that I love, Tosh Tariq Bey. Never met him, but I miss his knowledge. And we have Regina M. I don't know Regina M, but I can tell you she's just as deep as any scholar that has been shown on this YouTube. She's definitely a scholar. I don't think it's a subject you could talk about that she couldn't speak into. And I'm talking knowledge. I ain't talking about, I don't care if she just go and know how to Google it. She can speak into it. And when she put it in this chat, you can comprehend what she's saying. We have, I like looking at old Dick Gregory. We have Dr. Umar, and a lot of people don't like Dr. Umar for reasons that has nothing to do with me. I like what he talks about with our boys and our children, and the psychotropic drugs that they give them, and the pipeline to prison. It's those kind of things. So I talk about things that affect us as a people, but I believe it's only one group of people, and they're human beings. So I don't believe in the race card. I understand the race. Trust me, I was born in Jim Crow, grew up in civil rights. We're back in the new Jim Crow. And if we don't watch it, our children's children will be in slavery. If we don't watch it. And it's not going to be people that just look like us. Although it is us. Trust me, it's us. But everybody is not going to just look like us. It's going to be all people. Because it's all about status and class. And they give us race so that we can see and be divided before we ever speak to one another. We don't even pick up on each other's energy. They want us to have a division. Who is they? They is whoever's in charge. I don't know. But I can tell you they all don't look like them. Some of them look like me and you. I can tell you that. They call them gatekeepers. Let me see what y'all saying out here. Hot mess. Yes, it is. She needs love and hip-hop, love in Atlanta. Atlanta gone wrong. Whatever they need to do to get the cameras, they need them flowing. Oh, no, Regina, you're fantastic. Thank you, Regina. You know you always trying to bring me to tears. Yep, in a ditch. He should have been giving her those. Child, Wade don't care nothing about that woman. They asked him about going to the cabin, and it took him 36 seconds. I counted. And then I started counting fast. 36 seconds to come up with, no. He's been to cabins, but not with her. He's arrogant. She's arrogant. Oh, Fat Daddy arrogant too. He's just under the, spotlight right now. So he's now eating humble pie. But when he was talking to Merchant, you best believe he was singing like a jaybird. Anybody that would put something in a text or talk on a phone and don't think somebody is covering their behind by recording them, it's absolutely asinine. Yeah, they did. M. Jones, they did. They actually looked up the dress and put it out there. They put it out there. It was $89 at Amazon. Yeah, it was on backwards, Regina. I'm sorry. It was on backwards. You just blow it up, you can see the zipper right there in the front. And that's not the zipper that goes in the front. But they say that's the way it goes, but no. They said it was on backwards. And they had it on Amazon, I guess, so Amazon can tell you now. I guess this is one of those times I can use the word allegedly because I did not read it. I just saw the picture of the dress at Amazon in $89, $99 or $95, whatever it was. But yeah, somebody really did do that. Thank you, M. Jones. And I love the fact that you say Miss Tiger, but I swear you could just say Toothless or Toothless Tiger. I love the misrespect thing, but see, for me, because I grew up in the time that I grew up, I know that the miss thing is really just kind of like more of a massa type thing. And I understand people say, well, I grew up like that. Well, I'm, you know that ain't it that's funny and crazy and everybody just love to be around and all the kids, I'm that one. So you can just be yourself with me. I don't judge people, but I talk about everybody I know, good, bad, or indifferent. A lot of people don't understand what those words mean, but words are very important. We're learning that more and more as we witness this, I don't know what you could call this, that we're looking at. It's just so sad. And this woman has this dogmatic attitude everywhere she goes. They think that's great, but what really hurt me the most is she's a Scorpio, and she's an October-born Scorpio, and actually she was actually born a day after me, and that bothers me terribly. But people are people, so she's an individual as well. But I just hate when people take what they possess and use it for the wrong reason. And we all have the ability to do that. We all may have done that at some points in our lives. I don't live in no glass house, but I don't live in no secret either. Private. I'm glad people are private, but I know that you're only as sick as your secrets. And so you keep being private and being exposed, because people can see you. Oh, look at my sugar man. Thank you so much. Let me say thank you to my sugar man. I didn't even see that. Okay, would y'all please go and sign up to Sugar Man? That's Uncle Suge, and he has several channels, The Therapist. But Sugar Man, he's been on a lot lately. So would y'all go and sign up? Maria's not in here. She normally would drop the links, but I don't think she's in here tonight. She's been working real hard. Yeah, man, I love you. Thank you so much. But if y'all would go and sign up to Sugar Man. I have The Therapist in here. I don't think I have Sugar Man in my phone. I know I have that link. But I'll give y'all the one that I have. And then the one that I have, y'all can look at that and see he has other channels. I think y'all would love his work, what he does, his edits. He's one of the ones that showed us how we should be doing it over here in YouTube. Instead of trying to work against each other, work with each other. He's one of the ones that has made it out of just the hood sector of YouTube. But he still comes and give us what we're accustomed to. But he's doing a lot of different things. And I wish that, more people would understand that we're greater together than we ever will be separated. That's why it's so ugly for us when we're separated. Everybody say they believe in the Son book known as the Bible, but they don't believe in the parts that bring us together. They seem like they only bring in the parts that they want something for them. But it has to be for the greater good of the people, because we are nations. And if you remember the promise that God supposedly made to Abraham, he said he would make him a father of many nations. So if he's the father of many nations, then that means that some kind of way we got to be together in the nation, right? I don't think we see that. I don't think we know that. And I understand how we were trained. We were trained like animals on a farm. I understand that. But as individuals, see, we have our own minds. We get part of our mom, part of our dad, and then we get ourselves. And that gives us the Trinity. And so we need to start, operating in who we are. And then we have to become adults. I think a lot of us don't let the little boy or the little girl inside of us heal. And so I'm about healing, because I've been through a lot. And that's why I share it so freely. And then these people will take what you share and try to use it against you. You cannot use me against me. You can't do it. I share freely. Me. I have no problem sharing me. And you can laugh and you can talk and you can make all the fun in the world. It means nothing to me. I promise you it doesn't. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt me, because I'm human and I have feelings. But it can't stop me from being great, because I'm just great all by myself. So I don't need nobody's approval or disapproval. I am who I say I am. It ain't much I'm going to do. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't play. I just tell it like it is. A lot of people don't like that. But Uncle Suge took an opportunity and started out just working for Gilbert Arenas. Now he's working for Gilbert Arenas' people that he knows. His show. Gilbert is his own boss, and he know plenty of bosses. Suge is his own boss. He just haven't got to that level, but guess what? He made it to 1 million, so he's getting to that level. He's getting there. And he does this guy here. I moderate in his chat, so I have a lot of this stuff saved. Let me put, this is one of the things that he said that has helped him tremendously to manifest the things that's happening in his life, because he's worked real hard to get it. And y'all need to just go check out his channel and hear his story, because he tells his story just like I do. He don't have no problem telling his story. But that young man there that I just dropped in there, he is one that he listens to, and he is really good if you want to know the power of the mind. See, we so used to telling ourselves we not nothing, because that's what people say about us. We could have even heard it as children, not from our parents. We could have heard it at school. You know, wherever we heard it, we could have heard it. And it makes us feel that we're not. But we are. And you are who you say you are. You know, it's written, so a man thinketh, so is he. So what are your thoughts on? Is it about doing better? I try to tell everybody that I know you should get a YouTube channel. You know, doesn't have to be in this sector. It could be in this sector. You know, but a lot of these people don't want anything. They want to laugh at your pain, because a lot of these people are in pain. A lot of these people have mental issues. And so this woman, Fani, whoever, she's their shero. And they look up to this type of behavior. But nowhere in America would you allow your daughter to go looking like that and acting like that in the name of you. Because, you know, people look at us as our parents. They don't see us. They see your behavior and they say, who raised you? Everybody does it. And it doesn't matter what your race, creed, or color. And we are one human race. I can tell you that right now. We may have different cultures, and mostly everybody culture comes from our culture, but they'll tell us that it's their culture. Cannot be, and we are the original people. And science says that, not me. Science. But history and law need to be studied together, and we need to start studying it, because the Constitution is very important. And we don't even know the importance of the Constitution. But the Constitution and all treaties are the supreme law of the land. The only thing I knew about treaties before I started studying for myself was the treaties I saw with the Cowboys and the Indians. I guarantee you, everything that is done in treaty and in commerce. And we need to know that. Once we start learning truth, and I'm not talking about you call God this, you call him what you want. I say the all. I used to do all of the stuff that I was taught to do as a kid. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. I used to do all of that. Still love all my gospel songs I've ever listened to in my life. I just view things a little bit differently now. And there is no way in this life or the next can I be an atheist, because I'm not. There is a source that's greater than all, and it is the all. And that's what I see, the all. And I'll share that with anybody. We all have the right and the freedom, they tell us, to practice whatever belief system we want to have. Sometimes belief is your beginning. Faith is your beginning. Works have to follow that. And if you don't do anything with whatever it is that you believe or you think about or you think you know, then it's dead. You got to work. Whether it's in the mental or in the physical, it has to be done. A lot of us don't realize that we have two bodies, the physical body and then the energy, the metaphysical body. And my son always tell me, discernment, mama, you got to use discernment. And so we have to learn to discern when people are not being honest with us. We can't take everybody at face value like I do. I take people for who they say they are until they show me different. Sometimes that's costly and it's very painful sometimes. Sometimes I can see them right off the bat. But you can't always do that because we're only limited in our scope and knowledge and abilities of what we can do until we train ourselves to do greater things. Because if you go by what's written, it says, greater things that you will do than what I do. So we have to train ourselves. Nobody is going to give us that gift. It's already been given to us at birth. And that was given to us by our Creator. And the Creator that I know is my mama. She gave me everything I needed when she gave me life. Life happened. So some of the things she gave me got pushed to the side. And that's why we have to tend to the little girl inside of us, or the little boy that's inside of us, or whoever you think is inside of you. You need to tend to it. Give it some attention and some love and some care. Know that you're worth whatever you believe you are. That's what you're worth. And much, much more. You're just afraid. See, a lot of people are afraid of failure. But some people, if they're like me, they're not afraid of failure. They're afraid of success. And the reason I'm afraid, because I don't want the responsibility. Because to whom much is given, much is required. And I know it ain't too much that if I want to do it, that I can't do it. Because it's going to get done. Believe that. I used to turn down job opportunities because I didn't want the responsibility, and I knew I was going to get it. All I got to do is talk. It may not work like that today, but in my lifetime, I had some beautiful jobs, great opportunities, and I don't have a degree in, the educational system. My degrees come in knowledge. And it used to be my ability to total recall and then my ability to speak. And I told you I was a stickler for words, but I mess up more words today than I thought I ever would. And I really love to cuss, and I know that they allow us to cuss, but since they're trying to go more commercial, so am I. I don't have to get no whole lot of money and no whole lot of people, but I would like to get a check every month from my AdSense so that I can help subsidize my little low income. I live a very peaceful, calm life. I don't have no issues. People try to make you have issues, and you can choose to buy off into that craziness if you choose to, but as for me and my house, we don't do that. Been there, done that. 65 years I've been here. Ain't much I ain't seen. A lot I didn't do. There are some things I've done. I wasn't proud of them, but I did them. And you best believe somebody know. You got to learn. You got to get this stuff out of you. Whatever you're keeping inside, you think you're going to take to your grave. Your grave might come before it needs to. You got to let this stuff out and then start living. Y'all know how many people that are really out of work with degrees that look like me and you and look like them? Oh, it's so many. It's painful. And it's getting worse. So I try to tell everybody, just think about what you love. Get you a channel. You don't even have to have your face on here if you don't want your face on here. I see a lot of successful channels, and you just hear the people's voice. And a lot of them do commentaries and stuff on different people's videos. I don't like that kind of stuff because I never wanted nobody to come after me. But with this stuff like this, I don't care because this is for the people. This is for the people. We need to know this kind of stuff. The stuff that this lady is doing, most definitely, we need to know. Okay, I don't know. Stop. Africa. Stop. AIDS. AIDS is more prevalent in the hood than it is anywhere. You ain't got to go to Africa to stop it. You need to stop it wherever it is. Yeah. A lot of people are HIV positive and you don't know it because they don't look like it today because of the medications that they've always had. Anytime you patent a drug, that means you have the cure. And I'm not talking from no conspiracy theory or what I think somebody said or what I think somebody know. I'm talking from life experience and the people I've known and what has happened in their lives personally. So, I mean, really, we got a lot to do. We need to first know who we are and know that we have unalienable rights. Although we don't get but civil rights, and we don't even get civil rights anymore. They've been given to everybody but us. I don't know if y'all looked at any of my videos, affirmative action, but they've taken away some of our liberties and more. But the liberties are being taken away by everybody. So just live your best life. The common law is if I don't harm you and you don't harm me, no harm is done. Try to live life like that. You ain't got to work no miracles or nothing unless you're working them for yourself. There is a light and a dark of everything. Which side you gonna choose? I choose light every time. And my daddy taught me that light and darkness can't reside in the same place. And he would always tell us, if you think I'm lying, like it's nighttime, cut the light off and see don't darkness come. And if it's dark in a room, cut the light on and see don't dark. He say tear his ass. So, you just have to choose how you want to be. All truths are half-truths. You be as truthful as you can be. That's all you can be. Oh, really? Where are you? Are you in Texas or are you somewhere else? I know a guy here. He has his own laboratory. Maybe you guys can hook up. Yeah, it's a delusion, M. Jones, because it's all nations are built on a republic form of government. And what a republic form of government is the people govern themselves. You just have representatives that represent the ideas. Oh, okay, that's fantastic. Well, I know a guy here in Dallas, and he has his own laboratory. My email is scrolling down there. You can send me an email, and I'll get you his information. Maybe y'all can talk. Y'all might can help each other out or something. But that's fantastic. But a lot of this DNA stuff, you need to be careful too, because you don't know what these people are doing with our blood and stuff like that. One of the things we did as a people, I don't know if y'all are old enough to know, but we all used to hear when I was a kid that we had Indian in our family, and we had Indian, we was Cherokee, we was Apache, we was whatever. But actually, we are those same people. Those are labels. They're called nom de guerres. That's what they gave us to take us away from our land. So when you start studying history, and this is no conspiracy theory, this is actually written in the books. You can go to Library of Congress, get this information. Everybody knows it but us. And when you try to tell each other, then everybody look at you like you're crazy. And I'm not with the people that call themselves the woke people, the conscious people. I'm happy for everybody whoever they are, wherever they are. That's why you listen with discernment. You take what you can use, and that you can't, you just leave it there. You don't have to put nobody down. You don't have to build nobody up. You listen, and then you research, and you find out for yourself. And then whatever you come away with it, that's what it is for you. And if people don't want to go along with what you found, that's okay. It takes all kinds to make up this world. Good, bad, and ugly. It takes it all. I wasn't always fat. I am today. But I done lived the best of all worlds. So I don't feel bad. I don't like being fat, but I ain't no need of me lying. Y'all ain't finna do nothing. I'm so happy to be here. 65 years. Especially when I found out I was born with a 3rd-degree heart block. And didn't find out until I gave birth to my only son. Child, please. And I'm here. 65 years. A lot of people say that ain't nothing. It might not be to you. And if you're 20, it's everything. Now, if you 84, 65 might not be nothing. But at 65, oh yeah, that's something. And I hope a lot of these people who totally disrespected me and did all the stuff that they did, I hope they live to see 65. I really do. It's because we treated people differently. You don't have to ma'am me. You don't have to bow down to me, but you must respect me in order to entertain me. And respect is nothing that I can demand. That's something that is earned and given. And if you choose not to give it to me, then I choose not to be with you, whoever you are. That's just how that works. And that's on the for real. That's right. Now, money can't compromise me, but you know what I do with money? Give it away. That's what I do. I give it away. And I'm very grateful when people give to me. I honor people. See, a workman is worthy of his hire. And so all I can do is what I get on here for. I got on here to share who I am, my life, my journey, and whatever I can impart in anybody to help uplift fallen humanity. A lot of people don't care about that today, but we will care. I guarantee you. Life is getting real hard for all of us. Everything is so expensive, but our money is not going up. And I retired from my job 12 years ago. Yeah. Let me see. It was 2011. Actually, it would be 13 years this year that I've been retired. So, I really don't have no real complaints. I could talk about some stuff though, but I don't have no real complaints. I just had a big struggle with my medication, and I did get back in the system correct. So now I'm back to my $10 copay for my life-sustaining medicine that I have to take twice a day, every day. I have a pacemaker that has about 3.5 years left on it. So I'm doing great. I don't have no complaints in that department. And of course, we can always use money. My credit is shot. It's all up to the roof. Now, I pay my bill every month, but because I'm living off of it, of course, I couldn't even get a consolidation loan. I say, well, these people, hell, they know they're not raising nothing but prices. They know that you're going to have to eventually start living off this stuff. But if you use it, they use it against you. Isn't that something? I don't have no late payments, no missed payments. But because your debt ratio is what they tell you, they come up with all kind of stuff, and America is bankrupt. Isn't that something? We need to know this kind of stuff. It's crazy. Nothing is what it seems, and nothing is given to us in the manner in which they say. That's why you got to make your own best life. You make your life great. You make it fun. Nobody's going to do it for you. You have to do it. You have to know what you value. Don't let nobody tell you what you value ain't worth valuing if that's what you value. As long as you're not hurting anybody, then you be you at all times. That's just what it is. But I've been here longer than I intended. I used to have long videos, but I started cutting them down. But since this trial, I had to share with you guys this, I don't know what we can even call this. This here is so unbelievable, yet believable. But everybody in every state ought to be just taking notes and looking at this and seeing, because you never know. The same person that you may have to see for whatever reason, because most of us, of course, don't want to be in this system at all. But for the reasons that these people are in this system, they never thought they would be on the witness stand with this stuff, because they thought what they were doing was really slick. My daddy said he ain't never missed Slick. Every time he went to meet him, he just tore his ass. And I believe him. I haven't missed Slick either. So I think that they never thought that they would be in this position. But look at them. Look at the DA of Atlanta. And everybody talking about Chocolate City, and Atlanta is ran by. If this is how we're running cities, and we have several women that have these kind of problems. We need to teach our babies. So on that note, you know, in case y'all don't know, and this is your first time visiting, I used to make songs up when the people were bullying me so bad. And so I play one or two songs when I get ready to go off. And so we're at this stage. I'm getting ready to leave the Tiger's Den. Let me see what Tia said. So expensive, holding on to grudges. Yes, it is allowing others to drain our energy. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is, Tia, $10 copay, because it was $375 for this medicine. That's the copay. But I kept my Blue Cross Blue Shield when I retired, and you know, my heart goes out to all seniors that don't have anybody that's, you know, computer literate, or that's, you know, up with what's going on in the world today in the workplace, because a lot of our people are being misplaced and they're being left behind because of technology. And what happened is when I turned 65, they automatically put you in Medicare Part D. And I didn't know that that was going to impede me getting my medicine with the coupon that I get my medicine with, because I get a coupon from the manufacturer, you know, the people that makes the medicine. And so I didn't stop them. And when I realized that, I went to pick up my medicine, instead of $10, it was $45. And I'm like, why is it $45? And they said, because of the Medicare Part D. I said, well, no, we want to get rid of that. I just want to go back to my regular Blue Cross Blue Shield and my regular Medicare, because I have both separate. And once I did that, they said my coupon had expired. So then they wanted to charge me $375 copay. I said, nah, I know y'all done lost it. Y'all almost want me to die. And so we had to go through that, and I had to do some things and take some pictures. I went without my medication for almost 6 days. And so could you imagine somebody who does not know how to do this kind of stuff that I had to do? They could leave us just because they didn't know how to get their medicine. But once I did what I had to do, and they got it in their system, then it finally was approved, and it was finally showed up in the system yesterday. And I was able to get my medication that I need back to the $10 copay, as opposed to $375. That was just the copay. We do. You sound like me. We really do. And don't feel bad about that, because a lot of us don't know how to want more for ourselves, because you got to look at what they grew up around. Even if they grew up around us and we probably the best that they know, just imagine how long it took us to get to wherever we are. So we're all just a product of our environment. And I guess my problem is I always see the ability to see the person from their pain as opposed to their stupidity, unless they really are just stupid. Because everybody is not really a bad person, and we all know that. Some people are just in pain and they don't know how to deal with the pain. So they self-medicate. They may, drink. They may shop. They may even be promiscuous because they're looking for something in all the wrong places. And we don't know what caused people to miss out. We don't. But it happens. Now, we got to hold people accountable and responsible. We got to do that. Or teach them to hold themselves accountable and responsible. And I think if you do that, then things will be a lot better. When you teach people what you're not going to tolerate and what they cannot get away with. I think that helps more than anything. And Tia said, I'm helping out an elderly brother I worship with, and he has no family living, and boy, the system has been rough to him, but I'm showing up with him to his doctor's appointment. That is so beautiful, because I swear it's so many, it really brings me to tears thinking about it sometimes. Thank you so much, Regina. But we need you, Tia. We need anybody who's willing to, and who's able. One of the things I used to do when I was a young person, my mom was the backbone of our family, so she had to take her mom to the doctor, her sister to the grocery store. Anybody was sick, she went and sit at the hospital, at the nursing home. And that's what I did with my mom when I was growing up. And my son, to this day, he does not like hospitals or nursing homes. He will go and visit his loved one, but he's not going to stay long, because he used to have to come and sit there with me. And that's something that I did until now. I don't really get out a lot. And I don't get out a lot because of my physical condition. When I breathe, it's so much. And I don't want to be stopping and taking 10 minutes to catch my breath. Or when I have to go to the little girl's room, if I don't go and if I'm not close to it, I move too slow, then I don't want to be pissing all over myself. So I just rather stay at home. It's not that I can't go and I can't walk. And these people said all kind of dastardly things about me. And that's fine, because none of that bothers me, nor is it true. But I just know my limitations. And one thing my dad used to teach us is to know yourself. And when you know you don't have to wonder, guess, and don't have to take nobody's word for who you are, because you know who you are. And that's why I can say boldly, I am who I say I am. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm just me. And I'm not trying to be nobody else. I love this me that I've become. And I had to go through some things. Some of the things I wished I wouldn't have had to go through, but it is what it is, and so I can live with that. Now, I don't know what that is. And I know that you're a troll, but I don't know what a waffle stamp is. So I'm going to let you have that one. Stay respectful, and you can stay. But these people miss me so bad because I don't talk about them and I don't give them a second of my time. They have to come and try to, child, that kind of stuff don't bother me. When you win $13 million against a fool, you don't have to go back and forth with nobody. You really don't. You don't have to play no games with nobody. When you see a has-been that never was but had an opportunity to be, and they squandered their opportunity, and now they're on YouTube playing women for money and these women thinking they're talking to a celebrity, you don't have to put nobody down. You really don't. When you got a hermaphrodite running around pretending to be women on 2 different channels, and actually it's a man who claims he's a man's man. Yeah, maybe he is a man's man. I don't know. But when you have these kind of characters on YouTube, what you learn is don't give them place in your life. That's what I learned. And all the people that went by the wayside, I don't mind them being gone. I really don't. Because really all they did was just gave me another tax liability. That's what they gave me. And so I'll just be here doing what I do. And that's giving life. Because that's what I believe in. We are so busy. My cousin always used to say this, and I love it when he said it. Is we're so busy teaching people how to die that we're not even trying to teach them how to live. And how to live life abundantly. We don't have to live like paupers, even though we don't have much. We don't have to live like we don't have much. And we don't have to be all extravagant. Because people who has money, or people who have money, they're not living all extravagant. They have some very nice things. but they don't spend all their money in one place. And that's what we have to teach the young. So again, I believe the children are our future, and that's generally how I end my videos, with that song that I sang. And I'm also going to play the one that I know that a lot of people has gotten caught up. That's just like these people here in this trial, for the love of money. And that's really sad, because there is no money. And we need to learn to value ourselves. And we need to learn how to start back with the bartering system. You know, it's too many ways that we could help each other out. If we would. We got some talented people on this YouTube platform. Talented people. But a lot of them are so hurt and angry and bitter and self-medicated. They can't even see that they're great. They're so busy trying to make you look not so great. And that's sad. We got to do better. I'm going to keep showing up. I hope you guys do too. I have a beautiful night. I'm getting ready to leave the Tiger's Den. Goodbye. Money, 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 money. Money. Money, 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 money. Some people will sell you out. Do you know what I'm talking about? Some people tell jokes of dirt. They don't care whose feelings they hurt. I was told from times of old, the game's to be sold and not told. If you don't know what I'm talking about, hang around YouTube and you will find out about that mean, oh mean, mean green, almighty dollar, cash money. Well, people don't let money, don't let money change you. Almighty dollar, cash money. People don't let money, don't let money change you. Almighty dollar, they just keep on scamming and scamming everybody. Check them out, scamming and scamming everybody. I tell y'all, people don't let money, don't let money change you. Money, 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 money. Money. See that old man over there in the chair? Okay, I don't like the way that sounds. 1, 2. See that old man over there in his chair? This old man is living in the bottle. He done quit his 9 to 5. He drink full time, and now he's living in the bottle. Well, see that old man over there in his chair? This old man got a problem, and it's a bad one. Now he done pawned off everything, his old woman wedding ring for the bottle. Well, and don't you think it's a crime when time after time people living in the bottle? These people living in the bottle, y'all. Justice for CJ, a son, brother, father, uncle. Up drove the hearse Cadillac. A crowd of people gathered around, all dressed in black. And as they removed his body from the car, such pain she never knew had filled her heart. It happened on an early Saturday morning when the noise from the phone really disturbed her. She wasn't too sure at first just what the caller meant when they informed her that there had been an incident. Why, oh why, the sound of a mother's cry as she gathered herself and wiped the tears from her eyes. Somebody asked who was the next of kin. But oh Lord, it was the beginning of her end. March 17th, 2018. CJ will forever be 22 years young. Justice for CJ. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love. In a mother's love, you will find everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. In a mother's love, you are free to dream, because she sees what you can be. In a mother's love, you see the sun, enough for two, but you're one. In a mother's love, you can feel when something hurts. You can heal. Yes, a mother's love is real. You grow because she knows to let you go. Yeah, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Mother's love. Mother's love. Yeah. All right. A mother's love. And a mother's love never lies. She believes that you can fly with all of her might. A mother's love. Yay, mama.